still searching for someone to lead me. Can you guide me to the revolt inside me? Promise surviving the reach.
Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream.
In the sky,
Everyone have a good weekend? Play some Dota.
fire inside me. Make her remind me. Gone are the days of our peace. Now we reside in the great divide. No promise survive.
Welcome everyone. Welcome. Hello. Hello, Lulu. Hello, Adit. Hello, Nicholas. Hello, Yusuf. Hello, Roman. Hello, Athi. Welcome, guys.
Once we were in our peace with our lives assured.
Hello, Daisy.
Not afraid of the
It's the weekend for you, not for me.
Once we sat
I never said it was the weekend for me. I said, how was your weekend? How it was. Was is past tense. Come on, man. English grammar. Hello, Payback. My weekend was alright, Nicholas. What you up to this weekend? Yo, Feek.
so far from our children and from
Thank you, Snail Poop.
we held together.
Yeah, we 6K soon. 5823, you know? Bowling with the family. Nice. I suck dick at bowling, man. I bowled like maybe 5 times. Yeah. Down the gutter every time, you know?
Once we sat in the light of our dreams. Once we
4K camera, we still have some technical difficulties and calibration to do, so it's a lot more work than I ever expected. Yeah, it actually makes me look worse than this current camera. Too much detail. You can see my pimples.
so far from our children and from
And some questionable skin quality. I mean, it's truer than this camera, but it just doesn't look as good. You've never been bowling, Lulu? Maybe it's just not a Romanian thing. Hello, Alec. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Alright, where are we?
enchanted.
He's pretty good for his age. Nice.
Has come to realize
Hello, Brian.
which I will
Hello, Sebastian.
enchanted.
Ah, I noticed you were up there. I didn't say hello to you.
The dragon's crooked spine will
Hello, new team.
to line. What we plead will be a faithful decree.
Your teacher posted the wrong day for class. Jesus.
The defeat of his fathers, enchanters of time, has come for better lands.
Ask away, Nichin.
This northern ties and some may live and some may die. Enchanter, come to me. Enchanter, come to me. Enchanter, come
Yeah, you like that Dragon Age music, Adrian?
can you come to see as you
You made a pretty good joke the other day. Yesterday.
know you
Or-
will see
What was that? I can't remember.
we can rely this
It was really good though, man.
Enchanter, come
Stealing my waifu.
Enchanter, come to me.
Ah, right, the Tuscan. That was a great dude.
To see, can you come
Oh, this guy's gonna get banned in China.
once were blind in the
Why don't I play ranked? I just woke up, dude.
in a
I don't think it's a good idea to play ranked when you just woke up. What do you think? You know what, guys? Actually, since we're rank 1071, we're gonna get really close to the top 1000. Let's see. Yesterday, I remember you said this PC deserves someone who has a shitty or old PC. What about someone who doesn't have a PC? Well, then I would argue that you deserve it even more. But I would not give it to you for that reason, though, because it's still a random draw. Morning, Arjun. Warm up game indeed. Is there a competitive difference between Southeast Asia service and US? I have no idea. I mean, it's very easy to say something like North America bad, Southeast Asia good, but like, you know, that doesn't really tell you much. I will say though, North America has won more tournaments. Do you have in mind what you're gonna play this first match? I don't, Alec. Morning, Sam. Hello, Constantine. See, Asia is a bunch of I don't want to say it here. Oh, man. That's probably a mature decision. I actually make racist jokes all the time, guys. But only to my good friends. Your wife is Asia. Wow. How do you fuck a continent? I don't know, but I know a person who'd be good at doing that. Donald Trump. Your wife's name is Asia? Sharma. Hey Sharma, if you want to know if you should play carry or support, just play whatever you have more fun, man. Yo, Sylvia. Roasted your president. Hey. Hi, Hanif. Pronounced Asha. A-S-I-A is pronounced Asha. Interesting. Got a game. You have fun playing Lion and PL? Then play Lion PL. I mean, if you want to know what you're good at, you can just look at your stats, right? Like, what am I good at playing? And then you just play these heroes. If you really wanted to be a MMR grinding kind of person. What's my win ratio? 52%. Arjun, you live in Canada? Where in Canada do you live? Your stats only have 10 to 15 games only?
Yeah, who am I kidding?
You know, some people like certain heroes, some don't, you know? Thank you, Snail Poop.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
To see the other side.
Your pick. This is where you win or
Oh
lose.
shit, I gotta pick a hero.
Who can recount
No one wants to play Juggernaut.
lost?
I mean, Carry.
10 seconds.
Which Dota hero is most like Trump?
5 seconds.
Are you ready
left.
for it? Are you ready for it, man? Wait, I gotta pick hero. I'll show you. After I pick hero. The hero most like Trump
Secret love
is Okarmachi. That guy's fucking retarded. Just retarded.
left behind. Craving as a spark. With heart remains for those who could not find the truth.
Hey Snowpoop, sorry about that, buddy. Yeah, no, I'm a total procrastinator, and I'm actually quite busy, so that's why I don't always get back very quickly to not only you, but many people. So I apologize, okay, Snowpoop, but I really appreciate you, man. Hello, Dunga.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Nightingale's arms can free the ties on her hands.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, fuck, man, what do I play?
5 seconds left.
I'm playing Faces Focus.
Remember, the
Oh,
goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
We're waiting for someone to speak and set us all free.
A friend.
Have you left me here? Temple, sacred ashes, tragic, like upon our land. Skyfall, let darkness reign.
Hey Snowpoop, I just sent you my sizes. I'm off to get vaccination shots. I'm such a baby. Anyways, catch ya. Hey, you know what, Snowpoop? I actually got I got a needle a few months back, and I almost fainted, man. I almost fucking fainted. I didn't even want to look when I got my needle. I'm just like, okay, just tell me when it's fucking over, alright? And after the needle, like, I stood up, walked away from the needle area, and I'm like, oh shit. I got into the bathroom, and I'm just like, oh.
Time.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Thank you for the good luck, guys.
Sarah was never an agreeable girl. Her tongue tells tales of rebellion.
Attack.
Fast and quick with her bow. No one quite knew where she came.
Blue shots actually lower your immune defense system in the long run.
Time to fight.
Oh shit, is that an anti-vaxxer I see? Are we serious?
Face forward.
I mean, he might be right. Does anyone know if he's actually right? Oh, my 8 streak. I don't know about that.
Showtime.
Actually, you know, all this talk about shots is making me feel a little queasy, guys.
Face the future.
Like legit.
It
I
shall
always
come.
wanted to see an ancient hall. That stuff's over there.
Time
Don't make me
catches
come
all.
over there.
Well, good thing I didn't add my
The
skills for
march
today.
of time.
Winner AK is from India.
A path foreseen.
Dentists scare me too, dude.
Road
So Alex
to
and
oblivion.
dentists fucking creep me out.
Dark portents.
Yeah, the
ahead.
AK. He's actually a long time stream viewer, so I'm really happy that he won.
Yes.
Off lane storm, huh?
Ended. It must be. It was not meant. My path unspools. So it must be. I go. Feel my mace. Inexorable. Your time runs out. To me,
Fucking hell. Oh man, I can't get these last hits
it
first.
shall be.
Yeah, I'm missing some
Face
last hits.
forward.
This Mirana's pissing me off.
I go. Inexorable. A path foreseen.
Jesus.
Foreseen is forearmed.
Good arrows.
Yes. Time is money.
Yeah, this is why we play warm-up game,
Dark
dude.
portents ahead.
But I don't know, this lane is obnoxious.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Road to oblivion. Foreseen is forearmed.
Fucking Mirana, so fucking obnoxious. Just
The
keep
march
right-clicking
of
me.
time. My path
Oh, god damn it.
unspools. Time is the cruelest cut. Time flows. It shall be.
Can you bring in those tangos for me, Skyrim?
A path foreseen. Yes. Face your doom.
Thanks, buddy. Haha! Suckers.
Road to oblivion. Time flows. Time quickens. Your end comes. Inexorable. Time.
My turn, bitches.
Attack.
I would give all
Primal shard.
and my blood
Bash
too,
more?
if it meant the sky and sire.
Yeah, whine more, bitch.
Face forward. Dark portents ahead.
How about that? Skill read more.
Time's up. A timely increase in power. Primal shard. The march of time. I'm here. I go.
Jeez. 5-minute runs. Get ready for 5-minute runs.
My path unspools.
So close to dying, man.
Road to oblivion.
No arrow and Drain the Rune.
Inexorable. Time is money. It shall be. Bounty.
Oh, Ryan already got this one.
Yes.
The top tower is under attack.
Indeed.
I end your life. That's something good.
I'm here. A path foreseen. Attack. Face forward. Gold is forever. Dark portents ahead.
Arrow, dude. Oh, there it is. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I was expecting the arrow.
The march of time. Time flows. My path unspools. Attack.
Oof, the arrow was taken by the creep.
I go. Forget it. My path unspools.
Oh, buddy, you're in such a dangerous spot.
Time is the coolest cut.
Hit one pass.
Time flows.
Jesus.
It must be. As
Trident Cup.
foretold. Face the future. Foreseen is forearmed. Road to oblivion.
Road to top 500, but you always play unranked. Are you crazy? Aren't like 80 to 90% of my games ranked, guys? Can you tell this Jonathan guy? He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Your time runs out.
Holy confirmation bias. I see one unranked game, therefore they're all unranked games.
It shall be.
Holy shit, dude.
I go. Denied. Yes. Dark portents ahead. Face forward. The march of time.
I need to sell.
Inexorable. The march of time.
Oh, this guy's 6, dude. That's really dangerous,
Yes.
actually. Storm
Your
6.
top tower is under attack.
It shall be.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
Killing spree.
Oh, you angry, bro?
Dark
Dominate.
Oh no, that's tactical buyback, actually.
Told you a storm was coming.
What does Void's W actually do?
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask
No,
me.
that wasn't rage back. That was actually a really smart buyback. Oh shit!
Return from Claterine.
May your doom be averted.
I go.
The top
I hope I don't
tower
get
is
arrowed.
Out of time. Time to fight.
Arrow, dude. The arrow's scary.
My path unspools. Time flows.
I die from an arrow.
Face your doom. Face forward. Denied! Inexorable.
10 mana runes?
Road to oblivion. Time flows. Over here! I go.
The seeds of 14.
Hey, are you gonna spend like
The march of
3,000
time.
Canadian dollars on my computer? That was like 2 years ago and prices
My
changed.
path on spools. Attack. A path foreseen. Dark portents ahead. Face forward.
Oh shit. Hi, Vinny.
Road to oblivion.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing
This
to do with
port,
that stuff.
more than?
Inexorable. It shall be. Face your doom. Yes. Ha. A path foreseen. It shall be.
Oh shit, should I go bottom?
Killing spree!
Null and void. I go. Road to oblivion.
Where's my taunt? Oh, I hate when you equip sets, it just unequips your taunt.
Tower could talk.
Dumb
It'd be
guys.
pretty mad.
Why do you do that? This has nothing to do with the taunt.
Generation.
It must be. My path on spools. Your time. You wish. Face forward. The march of time. Time flows. Indeed.
Yeah, with a name like that, you know that he just wants to stir shit.
Feel my mace.
Hey man, did you want a lesson on how to make friends? Because it looks like you need some friends.
Time is the cruelest cat.
I think I didn't really know how to make friends when I was 11 years old. But after 12, I think I started to learn how to make friends. No, actually, that's not true. I was a little bad at making friends at 11 years old, but not as bad as some of you guys. By the way, does this stream look a little choppy, guys? Because I try to increase the quality settings for you guys just a little bit. But sometimes... Morphling's TPing bottom.
Primal shard. Ah, mask of madness. Fit. Time to fight. My powers grow.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Dark
You
portals
and a couple of
ahead.
friends could probably stop that. Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done
Nice one.
good.
Foreseen is forearmed. I go.
What the fuck? Oh, Lena's invisible.
Road to oblivion.
Look, the enemy's attacking. Don't let him do that.
Dark portents ahead.
Whining now.
It shall be.
Okay, man.
Mega kill! Double kill!
Oh,
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Time's up. Face
50 minute
forward.
They're
runes.
trying to knock down your middle tower. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Your end comes.
I don't use Chrono once this game, right?
Foreseen is for all.
Use it more.
Foreseen is for all.
How do you know where? How do I know where? How do I know where
My path unspoons.
players are teleporting? Because of the direction they face, and I just guess. So if a guy's facing up and left and he's teleporting, there's a good chance.
I'm not ready.
There's a good chance he's teleporting top, right?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Jesus, clarity and then.
My path unspoons.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Time flows.
Dig in and defend that sucker.
I go.
Your mid tower could talk. I'd be mad at you.
Coming with Chrono? Coming top with Chrono?
Your fate approaches. Attack.
Oh shit.
You become past tense. Dark portents ahead.
Where's
It
this fucking
shall
cunt?
be.
She's not even there anymore, huh?
Face forward. Inexorable. A path foreseen. So it must be. Road to oblivion. Feel my mace. Time to fight.
Oh shit.
It shall be.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Inexorable. I go. Your time runs out. Time flows.
Invisibility.
There's a ward up here.
Road to oblivion. A path foreseen. My path unspoons.
I have Chrono 10.
Face forward.
Fucking fishers, dude. I hope there's nobody
The
up here.
march of time. Your end comes.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Monster kill!
Portents ahead.
Master Madness is so dangerous on Void. If you use it at the wrong time, you're just dead. Like if I use it right now and they TP on me, I'm fucking
Face
dead.
the future.
There goes Smear.
Out of time. It shall be.
What the fuck?
To the void.
Did they use the shrine at perfect time? Was she being healed during that time? I hate this game. I have 9 assists. Steve Nash. Me and the Canis Herald.
The seeds of fortune.
Should go to morph first. Morph can morph during chrono. Why would I go to morph first? No, not to mention morph is a support. Hit the guy with 2,700 HP rather than the Squishy
With
What?
mini eddies.
Explain that.
My path unspools.
What the fuck? There's nothing here.
The top tower is under attack.
A path foreseen.
Nina's coming bottom.
Foreseen is forearmed.
I should go BKB before Mjolnir.
Road to oblivion.
What if I only want to farm and I don't want to fight heroes? Should I still go BKB?
Primal shard.
Okay, Jason, I forgive you this time, man.
Inexorable. I go. Yes.
Over here now.
Man.
The march of time.
There's a ward here.
Dark portents ahead.
Wait, my microphone doesn't even work. God!
Foreseen is forearmed. Time is the cruelest cut. Face forward.
Coming top, coming top, coming top. They can't even fucking hear me, dude.
Whoa! Godlike!
It shall be. Road to oblivion. I go. Dark portents ahead.
The tower's under attack.
I don't want to use it on Offlane Storm.
Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. What, not your job or something?
Path foreseen.
I'm not really interested in tournaments. I'm just a 5K player, you know? I used to be part of a 6K team when I was 6K. We lost to 7K teams. But we would win like we would win money playing in tournaments. $20.
Inexorable.
6 hours of work, $20. Seems terrible.
My path unspools. Time quickens. Attack. The march of time. Time flows. Yes.
I'm also not interested in playing in a shitty Immortal tournament or a Ancient tournament.
Killing spree!
I'm not gonna do something I want money, guys.
Indeed.
Fucking hell.
Face forward.
What do you buy?
Road to oblivion.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dominate!
It's a really long stun.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Doesn't have any more leaps.
Double kill.
Sure.
Time flows.
Oh no, you don't.
Time's up.
How do you feel about? How do you feel looking at the Dota 1 towers finally coming back? They're coming back. I don't know anything about that. I don't even remember what Dota 1 tower is. I don't have any opinion on it. I mean, it's just different. Not better or worse.
Your in comes.
If anything, it's worse. Dota 1 graphics shit.
Time is not
Middle tower has fallen.
I don't know if I want to chase.
Tower, you won't beat this.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, back.
the march of time.
Now we probably want BKB since we're all like pure damage, you know.
The seeds of
A
fortune.
path foreseen. Face your doom. Dark portents ahead.
Dude, I am so underleveled. Look at this OD. He's 21. Oh, he's 11 and 0.
The march of time.
I fell asleep watching the League of Legends finals. Rather just watch Billy mop some nubs. Hey, Henry.
Road to oblivion.
Oh, yeah, you can watch me mop. Asians are pretty good at mopping in North America. Am I right?
Dark portents ahead.
That's racist.
A path foreseen.
In the UK too, Alex.
It shall be.
That wasn't a dirty joke. That was literally a Asians serve the white man
My
joke.
foresight
Racism.
sharpens.
Oh, everyone's dead, so I'm just gonna go ahead and use Mask of Madness.
Face the future.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
Where is this go?
Time flows.
Oh, Jug's over there.
I go.
Looking for me?
Face forward. Attack.
Actually, I do have some defensive capabilities. I actually went the 12 strength talent. I
Time
was
to
scared
fight.
of the Lina and the Storm. So to survive their burst, I got the 12 strength
Yes.
talent. So it's not like I'm pure glass cannon. If I had gone the 15 damage talent, then we would be a pure
My
glass
path
cannon build.
unspools.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Dark portents ahead. Road to
Where the fuck is
oblivion.
this Storm?
Zap. I go. It shall be. The march of time.
Oh, you found it?
Face forward.
Nice.
My control improves.
Odie's in trouble.
Time flows.
They can't hear me, man. I just keep talking. But they can't even hear me.
Inexorable.
Yeah, can you guys remind me to fix my microphone?
Face forward. It shall be. Out of time. Road to oblivion. I'm here.
Oh shit.
I go. The march of time.
OD. OD. Oh my god. What time to fix my microphone settings? Voice. Where do you change the voice? Cloud music broadcasting.
Regeneration.
Fuck. Oh no, it's in like the friends list thingy now. Ah yeah, there you go. I don't know, guys. Yeti microphone. Okay, there we go. Test.
The end is already written. Foreseen is forearmed.
Why is my FPS below 100? It's because I alt tab. I'm dead if I alt tab.
My path unspoons. Dark portents
Should I
ahead.
be running over there?
Inexorable.
To be honest, I don't know why we haven't ended this game yet.
Your time runs out.
Tower needs some help. This is one of the things in the bad column. Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Fatality.
Hi, Sandy.
Time flows.
They share my form, but not my
It must
form.
be.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You think
Yes.
they're gonna come back, Arjun? You think Radiant will come back? Oh my
You better
goodness.
puff on over to your bottom tower.
You sweet summer child.
Gold is forever. Inexorable.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Yes. Road to oblivion. The march of time. Time flows. It shall be.
Hey Blue, where are the items for crits? They're at the shop,
A
Sunil.
path foreseen.
Yeah, you can buy them at the shop. You can buy the Crystalline Fountain.
Primal shard.
You know, Arjun, I know that you're trying to be all like Oracle-like and smart and shit.
Feel my
Like, oh
mace.
yeah, LC game you can lose. No, this game is fucking over, man. This game is so fucking over.
Face forward.
Some games are more comebackable than others. This game is not one of those comeback games. Can you buy them for Mega Maj? Yes. Why am I not getting crit? Because I am so squishy. Imagine doing 1,000,000 damage but only having 1 HP. That is why I am not getting 2,000,000
The march of
damage.
time. Foreseen is forearmed. So it must be. Yes.
I do 1,000,000
Inexorable.
damage, but I have 1 HP. Oh yeah, speaking of
A path
sentries, we don't
foreseen.
have anything to... Test.
Road to oblivion. My path unspoons.
Yeah, detection game. Lose the detection game.
You're in comes. Death is imminent. Foreseen is forearmed.
Game's not comebackable.
Time to fight.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
Oh, you sweet summer child, waiting for your comeback.
Middle barracks is falling.
Face your doom.
You sweet summer child.
It shall be. Face the future.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Time is the cruelest.
Enemy's bottom barracks just took a dive.
Face forward.
Oh, it's gonna attack.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Hey, super creeps, get your butts out here.
Time runs out.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Over here.
Okay, well, let's try this and this. Where's the moon shard? Moon shard. See, I know this game is so fucking over that I'm just gonna buy this moon
Road to
shard,
oblivion.
which is like actually one of the worst items you can buy.
Zap. It shall be.
Like, you know what I need? I actually need like a satanic or some shit like that. Yeah, or a butterfly, but no, I actually do not care about this game so much that I buy moon shard.
I go. Over here. Dark fortunes ahead.
Illusion.
My path unspools.
Dun, 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 dun. You ready for this end? You guys ready for this shit?
Time flows. Here I am. I needed a break anyway.
Okay, whatever.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Shit. Got a fucking bash?
Inexorable.
Double kill.
Inexorable.
I hope Lena doesn't have Laguna, because then I would just fucking die.
Dark portents ahead. I'm here.
Killing spree.
Timely increase in power.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. Enemy's middle tower.
Enjoy your poop.
Someone ought to scramble in there and get the shiny
Face
bits.
the future.
English only, thanks.
Feed the tree.
My path unspools.
Guy is putting up a barricade.
Victory.
GG. Yeah, they almost had that comeback. I feel like this graph. Yeah. I don't know if I'm ready to play ranked game yet, guys. So there's a guy at the beginning of my stream. Oh yeah, there he is. Hey man, Remember you asked me this question, you're like, how the fuck are you gonna hit top 500 or something like that if you always play unranked games? Oh yeah, my microphone. Good call, 5 inches. Guess what? I'm 6 inches.
Smoke weed every day.
Just joking, I'm actually not. I'm more like 2 inches. Test.
I've come to talk with you again.
Test.
Because
I think I need to restart Dota. Here, let me restart Dota. Oh, you're 2 inches too? Alec, high five, buddy! 2 inches longer than 6? Yes. 8 inches! Nah, just 2 inches. Okay, well, anyway, sometimes when you install a new microphone or a device that captures audio, your fucking Dota 2 will just fucking shit itself in terms of audio settings. Test. Oh. Change device. Hello? Can... Test. Oh my god. Great. I fucking love technology. You see this shit? When I was younger, I used to like be super patient and be like, "Oh, why is that? Why does it work?" And then I do trial and error. I Google it. Now I just fucking rage. Shit is mysterious, and it frustrates me. Test. I just don't understand. I actually had this problem a while back, but I just can't remember how to fix it. I mean, we tried this earlier, like, voice. Yeti. Does anyone know why I can't get my microphone to work, guys? Where all my Indian people at? Help me with the tech support, bros. God damn it. Jesus Christ. Maybe I know why. Open sound settings. Sound control panel. Ah. Choose your input device. Maybe this is why. Bam. Test. Maybe Steam just goes with default Windows shit. God. This fucking Camlet bullshit. Never ever fucking appear in my shit again. Ever. Thanks. Test. Oh shit, there we go. See? Bluespan figured it out, guys. Test. Oh god. Let's restart Dota 2. Maybe it'll fix it. Oh, I saw it again. Seems sketchy, guys. Blue tech tips. Brought to you by Tunnel Bear. You want my IP address, Arjun? Sure, man. You want my dick size too and my credit card? I'll give you a hint. Dick size 2 inches. credit card number starts with a 6. Hey, people who own credit cards will get that joke. Yeah, 696. How did you know, Alex? Don't tell them my credit card number. Test. Test. Test! I saw a recording level earlier. 2 inches ain't bad. Some girls like it thick. What if it's just 2 inches and it's thin? Literally needle dick. What the fuck is going on with this fucking microphone? I'm actually sick of this shit. All right, back to square one. Hi, Matty boy. Oh. Test. 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 Do I really sound like that? I don't sound like that. I think it works. Yeah, you can hear it because when you test it in Steam, Steam will play it back to you. And because you're hearing my microphone and my Windows audio, you hear them both. Is it raining over here? No, it's not. Why do you think that it's raining? Hey, first name, I'll sing if you donate $30 US. You can change Yeti to default from sound setting. I think I did that, Roshan. By the way, did you get your game yet? Sound settings. I did that earlier, did I not, guys? I fucking did that. Yeti default. Default. Okay. You know what? We're gonna maybe we'll have a maybe microphone game. We either have the microphone or we don't. Weird noises in the background. What noises? Sounds like rain. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like, I'm looking outside my window right now, and it's a sunny day. I mean, I don't think it's coming from a microphone. Out here, I'll mute my microphone, okay? Did you still hear any rain noises? Because I don't hear anything. Blue in Dota settings, do you have open mic selected or bind a key for push to talk? Yes, I do. Test. Why does it just stay there like that? Look, 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 look! Look! What? Oh, I moved my mouse and what? How does this shit work? Oh, whatever. We either have a microphone or we don't. We'll test it on these kids in a second. Rank 300, rank 400, rank 300.
Kind of cheap. Yeah.
And a bunch of divines. A lot of divines. I'm one of them.
Left.
In fact, I'm the safe lane carry. I'm the safe lane carry. Can I play some music to cancel out rain noise?
This is where you win or lose.
Sure. See you later, Roshan. In mid or off, want to swap lanes with me, or you guys are fine? Can you guys swap with him? Please? Especially if you're not immortal. So I used to be immortal. This guy's just straight up divine, I think. once we get in game, we're gonna try to use microphone. See if these guys hear us.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
I don't have a button for talking on microphone in hero picking screen.
10 seconds.
Try watch your YouTube from mobile phone. You will hear raining sound. I did do that,
5 seconds
and I don't
left.
hear anything.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Ten seconds. 5 seconds left.
Can I not pick? You know what? Faces Void's a good pick in this game. Because we have the Skyrat and the Undying. Oh, I hate playing the same hero twice though. Yeah, time to change your phone. Hi, Lucky. Lucky wasn't lucky yesterday. Good luck on the computer next time, buddy. Yeah, I don't know why you guys hear racing. Juggernaut. Why would I pick Juggernaut?
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Okay,
Oh,
your pick
better make
now.
sure I install the...
You know what to do.
What the fuck? Taunt. There you go. Can you... Look at this stupid fucking model. It's not moving. Which one's better, guys? The green one? Or this one? Or the green one? I think green. You think green? Shit. Green, green? You like the blue one? Shut the fuck up. There we go. Oh yeah, what a sexy set. Alright guys, we're going green. You guys have voted democratically. Shit, I need to buy items. How to use taunt in game? You press the taunt button. Is there something wrong with my video card?
From a place beyond time, and time beyond counting.
Test, test, test. Can you guys hear me?
Fortune and glory await.
I think they hear
The
me.
march
My
of
phone was like,
time.
wait.
Does test?
Does that mean you can hear?
It's in the bag.
No, no, no.
Seriously?
Maybe. Maybe not.
You guys hear me?
I go.
Who's talking right now?
I can't tell if you're fucking with me.
Is there a mouse? Mouse? Oh my god, what are you doing?
I'm debating their
They
abilities.
slap.
Dark
You got slapped, son.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before.
Slow.
We're not sticklers.
Time flows. Road to oblivion. Face forward.
You guys got that easy, right?
My path unspooled.
And my bounties meant the Skyrat Sire. Don't miss one.
Yes.
I
Road
couldn't
to
get both of
oblivion.
those. Was it possible?
Face forward.
Yeah, the A6400. Fake blackjack.
It shall be.
Hey, why would you pretend to be someone?
I'm glad you know.
Yes.
My meat?
A path foreseen.
Can I
What
play
the fuck?
whatever I want?
Yeah, if you
What
want.
the fuck?
The march of time. Fate takes you.
Ah, I got the last hit.
My path
Yeah, fuck
unspooled.
off, bitch. Yeah, fuck off. Fuck right off, mate.
Denied. Dark portents ahead.
You fuck right off, mate. Oh shit.
I'm not ready. Time flows.
This tank will keep me alive while I'm battle hungry. I think!
I go.
Definitely.
Inexorable.
Oh.
A path foreseen. My path unspools. A timely increase. Inexorable.
Oh, yeah.
Dark portents ahead. Road to oblivion.
What's he doing? He's being hella YOLO, dude. He's dead.
Yes.
Killing spree!
Hey, can you bring
It
my
shall
salve?
be.
Now it's just sitting there on the ground.
Foreseen is forearmed. Denied. Time to fight.
My goodness.
Time flows. The march of time.
Fucking Lena's so obnoxious.
Face forward. Face the future.
Yo, there's too many creeps to
I
need to
go.
push back. I don't even know if he can hear me, man.
Inexorable.
Should I touch courier again?
Foreseen is forearmed. Road to oblivion.
Dominate!
Time flows. My control improves. Time is money.
Good job, Lena. Good job.
I
Can I hit a pash? Jesus.
Gank? Is this a joke?
My path unspools.
Mega
You telling me the last hit?
Dark portents ahead.
Oh, really? I should farm and get money? Oh, shit, man.
The
I
march of
fuck, I didn't know.
time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your enlightening advice.
Face forward.
Lightning advice.
Face your doom.
Hey, Gank.
It shall be. Yes. A path foreseen. The march of time. Yes.
Death warmed over.
Face for
Oh, really easy to nitpick when you're dead, right?
primal shard. So it must be. Inexorable. Time flows.
Grab the bandies.
Road to oblivion.
is mine.
It shall be.
Holy fuck. Yeah, no fucking
I
shit, a lot of
go.
creeps. Okay, can I farm? You want me to farm? No fucking way I click my shit! Jesus!
My gratitude. path foreseen.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Holy fuck. Is it 15
My
kills?
powers grow.
Just succeed.
It shall be. Dark portents ahead. Face forward. Time flows. Not yet. I'm under attack! To me! Road to oblivion. As was promised.
Fuck, I can't use this curve to save my life.
Killing spree!
Foreseen is for
Fucking phase boost now.
my path on
Killing spree!
Man, yeah.
as foretold. Yes. I go.
285 man.
A path foreseen. The march of time. Inexorable. It shall be.
Whole lane is ass.
I'm here. My path unspools. Foreseen is war.
Dominate!
Your time runs out.
67.
Your end comes.
Who can I combo
Time
with
is
with
the
my ultimate?
cruelest cut.
Skywrath? It's 4. Not Skywrath at this point in time.
Time's up. Dark portents ahead.
How much HP? 570 HP.
Foreseen is
Lina
for
TP'd. Lina TP'd. I don't even know if they can hear me, dude. It's
Dominate!
fucking annoying.
a path
Lina
foreseen.
TP to die.
I'm here.
Double kill!
Yes,
There's a ward somewhere in position here.
I go. It must be. Ended. Feel my mace. Road to oblivion. Attack and what?
Oh fuck, my time. I'm off. It's too late.
Inexorable. Face your doom.
You got him,
The
Solo?
march of
Oh right, the Skywrath is our rank 400. Some player.
face forward. Time flows. A path foreseen.
10-minute runes.
Yes. Face forward. Your end comes.
You're gonna beat me to it.
Dark portents.
Luna's already
ahead.
there anyways.
It's missing.
Your top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably
My
stop
path
that.
unspools.
I am coming to you guys,
Road to oblivion.
apparently.
Inexorable.
Fucking, I'm so slow.
Time flows.
Dominate!
Illusion. Time quickens. Time to fight.
Axe might have TP'd. Once again, I have no idea if they fucking hear me.
Don't die, please.
The march
Dude,
of
that Skyrise sounds funny as fuck.
Dagger. Oh my god, sorry.
Is this a joke?
primal shard.
I guess I should have just straight up.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Don't leave me.
Was on the
I go.
This tower.
We're gonna kill it.
My path unspools.
No Laguna Blade, by the way.
He's dead, he's dead, he's dead! He's dead!
No.
I wonder how much time he'll waste just trying to channel teleport.
I'm up in 10. I'm up in 10. Is he being?
Die, fucking bitch!
I knocked down your middle
Foreseen
tower!
is for
Again
all.
and defend
wow.
that sucker!
I mean, man.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing.
Time
Yeah,
flows.
nothing doing to that tower's under attack.
Why would you call him a fucking bitch? That was so mean.
Your mid tower can dominate. Do that.
Face forward. It shall be. Feel my mace.
Oh shit.
Invisibility.
I'm fucking dead. Actually, for sure I'm not. Good thing I got this 12 strength talent, eh?
A path foreseen.
You're still chasing me, bro?
Killing spree!
Dark portents ahead.
See you later. Enjoy.
The march of time.
5 seconds on.
Why spec Intel but sponsor Ryza?
Your time runs out.
Dominate! Double kill!
Nice,
That is a
boy.
great question. I'm buying Ryzen Threadripper 3900 something.
Are you even
Yes,
watching your
Axe.
top tower?
My path unspools.
Yeah, I'm not sponsored by Ryzen.
It shall be. I'm under attack.
We're all top.
The march of time.
Axe is also top.
Dark portents ahead. A path foreseen. Time flows. I'm here. Fire dies. Suffer the ravages of time. Inexorable. Root.
Palomitas!
So good at throwing his guys.
Muy bien, muy bien, muy bien, muy bien, muy bien.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Muito mais do você, filho da...
And his name is John C. Foreseen is forearmed. It must be.
I wonder if Axe will come back top. Let's just wait and see.
Yes.
Because if he is top, then he's a really big danger to us.
Gotta blink. It's just base.
Time is the cruelest cut.
Axe is back top. Fucking my bullshit.
Face forward.
Illusion.
Lion is a mid. He's a mid lion.
A path for time
not.
is money.
Whatever you think he is.
Being chicken exploits.
Time's up. Foreseen is forearmed.
Axe is scared. He's traumatized from that last fight. That's why he's so scared.
Attack. Time flows.
Don't jump me, Axe. Don't jump me, bro.
The march of time. My path unspools. It must be. I go.
Unstoppable! Double kill!
Foresee is forearm. Time runs out.
Wait, courier.
Dark portents ahead.
Coming bot.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Attack.
Kill this guy.
The enemy's top tower has fallen!
As photo. Face your doom. Road to oblivion.
If your mid tower could talk,
Where you going?
it'd be pretty
Don't need a
sad.
shrine.
Is forearm.
Rally the troops and get over there! They're trying to knock down your middle tower. This is one of the things in the back.
Inexorable.
Is this Southeast Asia? Do I talk like someone who's from Southeast Asia?
Face forward.
Alright. Kinda hate you. There's
This
an
guy
enemy.
right up
Shall
front.
be.
Fat boy.
Ended.
I talk like someone who's from Southeast
My
Asia.
haters is on the career.
Nope, no, I don't.
Attack.
You think so? Then your English is probably pretty shit.
Yes.
Killing spree!
The march of time.
I can kill him.
Foresee.
Wicked sick!
Nice boy.
Nice. I missed.
Best bang.
I go. Time flows.
Oh, how? Oh, you weren't even talking about.
Foresee.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Basher stack avoids ability. That is an excellent.
Your end comes.
Is it? There you go. Does that answer your question? Positive. You need to read it.
Dark portents ahead.
Let's take
Oh,
that
the
one.
man.
A path foreseen. My path unspools.
Is it hazed?
Yes. Road to oblivion.
Dominate!
It shall be. Inexorable.
Oh, oh, they're all dead. And the bottom, so I'm gonna hit the start.
Time to fight. Primal shard. Face
Mega kill!
And whoever comes here is gonna die.
time flows.
I would not recommend. Oh,
I go.
I don't want to kill Lich though. He's such a low value target.
Face
It's
the
not even
future.
worth my time.
Yes. The march of time.
20 minute runes.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone.
Fucker didn't even hear me.
Nice, right? Dire structures are fortified.
Time is now. Inexorable.
Money changes hands.
Time's up.
Careful with axe.
Enemy's top tower has been denied.
My path unspools.
Oh, you know I can take mid tower.
Road to
Die.
Top's already been denied.
Time is the cruelest cut. Dark portents ahead. It shall be.
Hey.
Holy shit.
Then we can meet, face to face. I'm here. Dark portents ahead.
Ah, I need help.
You need help. You need help.
I don't need help.
You don't need help.
Double kill.
No, I don't.
Can he hear me? I can't figure out if he can actually hear me or not.
I need you.
Yeah, you do.
Those bounces were fucking insane.
Hard lane, easy to do. Just keep farming. Just hit jungle creeps.
Face the future. Your end comes.
There is DG here.
Face your doom.
I should probably get that double damage now. Okay.
Foreseen is forearmed. Inexorable. Attack.
Mega kill!
Road to oblivion. The march of time. A path foreseen.
Duck.
Double
This guy's higher level than me. This support Skywrath is higher level than me. Yeah, I don't know what they can.
face forward.
Why is Undying have use?
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Time flows.
Stop it, Lion. Stop farming my shit.
It must be.
What the?
My path unspools.
What are you buying?
Time to fight.
Oh, I need to.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
So I can sell this stick.
Yes.
Nah, I'm just
The
gonna.
bottom tower is under attack.
Road to oblivion.
Should I sell the stick? I can't.
You better flip on over to your bottom tower.
I'm here. The march of time.
Did they just give up?
A path foreseen. It shall be.
We're not defending. Yep, there it is.
Dark portents ahead. Inexorable.
Okay, let's try. But be careful with that.
I
Enemy's
go.
middle tower is no more.
That's a trick.
Primal shot. Attack.
This might be legit.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. That'll show him.
It's not a trap.
Time's up.
Wow, line, right click that.
Middle barracks are just as soon.
Right click for 230 damage.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Attack. The march of time.
Don't make me kill you. Don't touch that.
It shall be.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Inexorable.
The enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Double kill.
I kind of killed this guy. Do that. Okay.
Time flows.
Yeah, this is actually the first ranked core game I've won in a while, guys. Can you guys actually hear me? I can't tell if you're fucking with me.
Radiant agent is nothing but rubble.
And his name is John C.
I can't tell if you're fucking with me. Can they hear me? Test. 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 Oh man. Oh, I didn't hit Immortal for core. Seriously? 5.6k and I'm still not. Is that not the threshold for Immortal? Maybe they can hear me, but they can't. 75% the core. That's not updated yet. Okay, so you should probably add another close to 25%. 25? Is it 4 games or 5 games per medal, guys? Anyways, so you either add 20 to that 75, something really close to 25, like 24. So I might be at 90, either 95% or 99%. In which case I would need one more game to be immortal. I don't know if they can hear me, guys. Fuck it. Let's just finish the core calibrations today, guys. See you later, Sunil. You know, that last game started rough, eh? I just didn't have farm. Yeah. It's kind of poor. Oh yeah, look. I'm in the bottom 5 for farm. Yeah, in fact, the support Skywrath had the second most farm at this is like 6 minutes or something like that. More than myself and our mid lion. But I don't know. We just binded together and we started. Oh shit! I'm in bottom 4 here. Oh Jesus Christ! Bottom 4. Ugh. Yeah. But then I got some items, and then top 3, top 2, top 1, top 1, top 1, top 1, top 1, top 1, top 1.
And his name is John.
Hard lane, easy game. Yeah, that Skywrath was really good. I mean, he's the best player. Or not in this game. The Lich was actually the best. But yeah, no, the Skywrath was oh 22 and 5. Oh, holy moly, 33. Oh, holy shit, he carried the shit out of us. In fact, he did 3 times as much damage as me. I actually just keep farming creeps. Oh, he farmed heroes like a fucking boss. Wow. Sad times. Anyways, I'm not sure they can actually hear me. Test. Test. Test, 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 test. I don't know how open mic works. Test, 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 test. Open mic, open mic, open mic. Open mic. Open mic. Test, test, test. Why am I doing that, the Raj? I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about the people in Dota 2, whether they can hear me or not. And you know what? It's kind of triggering me. Here's the F for your data blend. You think it's an animation problem, Alan Chang? You think they hear me? I mean, this could just be confirmation bias, right? You know what I mean? So this fucking pro-ass guy, right? Let's check out his build. So he WQQ WQEQ. So he doesn't even get his ultimate until like level 8. I guess it's just too expensive, eh? One of them said that they heard a mouse squeaking or something like that. But maybe I have microphone problem / bug. %. Skywrath has an XP talent? Well, no wonder he was higher level than everyone. +1 arcane bolt per cast. Yeah, we're gonna ask someone else in this next game. I'm gonna do another experiment, guys. Hopefully it's not the same guys trolling me. Can you guys hear me yet? No. Holy divines.
Your turn to ban.
I guess this happens when I queue on my core.
5 seconds left.
Hey, Beavis.
Your pick now. Here, Meepo. What? Huh?
Did he hear me just now? Did he fucking hear me just now?
10 seconds. Your pick. This is where you win.
Choose sound device on Dota. Maybe? Hey, Sandy, we tried that earlier. Techie, Night Stalker, OD Band.
10 seconds.
Pick.
5 seconds left.
Do not let your safe lane carry play. Pick. What language that? Beavis? That's an English name. Who's drunk? Pugno. 615 commands. Oh, that's a fucking Smurf. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. See, look at his shitty set. Look how shit his sets are. Those are all like, you win these sets from random games. See, no Arcana.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Do we have any
Yeah,
Smurfs?
who am I kidding? 10 seconds.
Ooh.
5 seconds left.
So so Sankin can be the tanky frontliner. It's also good initiation. We have decent control. We need more physical damage. Drogo Heart. Go to what the? Hey Tang Wing, the color that you see right here is not the actual color in real life. It's just shitty camera settings and lighting. I wasn't gonna pick Void anyways. Don't pick Void
Your
versus
pick
Pangolier.
now. Meepo.
Why wouldn't you pick
What?
Void versus
Huh?
Pangolier? Does Pangolier roll right through the Chronosphere? Does anyone know? Gyrocopter Spark.
10 seconds.
What drow?
5 seconds left.
It doesn't move, but it still rolls. And if you go next to him, I mean, I guess it's a double-edged blade. Huh? I mean, can I right-click him without getting stunned myself, Johnny? What is my rank? There you go. You get stunned? Are you sure, Manny Deep? Are these opinions or facts, guys? You'll get hit. Okay. Then we will not play Void versus... Wait, what? They picked Void. Hey, Mustafa, for the record,
It's
don't demand
Rage
replies, okay, dude?
Not Rage King.
Oh yeah.
Who's in charge here?
English only, thanks. Tango is the yes from last game. Sure. So this should be my Immortal Core game, boys.
It's not time yet. Tis I.
It's in the bag.
It's as certain as my choice of air. This one is in the bag. By any measure. Your king moves of his own accord.
Lion
30
Rapier
seconds to
on Wraith
battle.
King Sleepyhead.
If you're not already heading somewhere, now's the time to start.
Consider it. I'm always at my best.
First blood!
If you sound like Power Shot.
Behold the rain.
Can you guys hear me?
Keep
I don't
your
wanna deal with
thoughts to
Pay
yourself.
attention now. The battle started.
Comes now the king of wraiths.
Yeah, we can hear you, baby.
Great,
There are
great.
wraiths among you.
Hey, Beavis.
This is going to be good. Prostrate yourself. Wise counsel.
Thank you for confirming, Manny Deep.
Wraiths! Your
And now here's
king
a
is
question.
here.
If faces Void, Chronos has allied Pangolier, and then tries to right-click his allied Pangolier, does he still get stunned?
Blast it all. Question.
Oh, man, I gotta farm,
Tis your honor.
They can't hear me.
Die, pet. As you advise. We are in agreement. Go to
Oh, no. I will stun for that.
So what if I swagger? I walk among you.
God damn it.
War is torn. At my word,
We need wards, okay.
behold the race.
Fight a Mallet, or first skill Mallet, that's
I'm always at my best.
creeps. I feel like there's... Did they pull creeps?
Wraiths, your king
Yeah, they
is
did.
here. By any measure. Who dares look upon the wraith? By my decree. We are in agreement. War is torn. Questionable. You are in my presence.
Burns, doesn't it?
I walk among you.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Among you. What sort of king am I?
A classic mistake.
It's gonna be one of those things.
Death is my bitch. 'Tis your honor. Wise counsel. So what if I swagger? It's not time yet. Keep your thoughts to yourself.
Dead? You fucking survived? You serious?
I'll consider it. As you advise. I am your liege. Behold Japan. Prostrate yourself.
Invisibility!
Your king moves of his own accord. Who's in charge here?
Haste!
'Tis I.
Oh
You
man,
are
it's hard.
in my presence.
Pinging me for what?
As you advise.
Passive Wraith King. Okay.
Behold
Okay,
the
buddy.
wraith.
Yeah. I'm why you died. Got it.
What are you afraid of? Come, let's be about it. King me! All about it!
Coin helps.
Oh, so if I had level 2 stun, we would win lane. Okay, got it, got it. Okay.
Take a knee, peasant. We are in agreement. Denied! Your king moves of his own accord. Tis I! Tis your honor.
Oh, he's a mad boy. He's a
My
little angry, huh?
By my decree,
He's angry.
war is torn.
Top tower needs some help.
Among you.
Not dead.
So
Hey,
what if
kill that guy.
submit to the great kings?
Can't believe I survived that.
The top tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
I'm always at my best. I walk
Top tower needs some help.
my next coronation. I'll consider it.
Stuck.
Question.
We're stuck.
God,
Your king is
seriously?
here.
Fucking cunt.
Wise counsel.
Jab. Let him see me. He sees me, I'm dead.
What a dumbass bitch. That fucking dazzled me out of my game.
Keep your thoughts to yourself.
Dire structures are fortified.
I'm
Your
always
top
at
tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
We are in agreement.
Bullshit Hangler.
Tis
Oh, and they're
your
pulling
honor.
lane. Okay. Then I will also pull.
'Tis I.
I'm coming bot. I'm coming bot.
By my decree. So what if
Enjoy.
I swagger?
Once I hit 6, I should be slightly safer for me.
I walk among you.
Killing spree.
Just gonna stay
As
behind,
you
like, really close to
advise.
the tree line.
The greats of you all.
He's dead.
Wise counsel. There are wraiths among you.
Oh, Lina fucked off.
yourself.
So it's just me and Pangler here then. Nice. This is way more manageable.
Keep your thoughts to yourself. I'll consider it.
Hey, let's find Mr. Blue Player again.
Your moves of his own accord. Obey me. Timid, death has no grip on me. Questionable.
Baited.
Your
Dude,
best
Pang it's so
I'm gonna
fun
come
to
by.
dodge Pangler's ult, dude.
falls to me.
I think you killed you a few
Now
more
you
times
wanna be
than
positive, bro?
By my crown.
The turning angle and Pangler's dodge.
Be about it.
Pangler's gonna come back up here with a rage in a second, and I'm gonna have to fucking run.
By any
In fact,
measure.
I think I'm gonna run right now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wraiths,
Fucking off
your
right
king is here.
Pangler's missing.
You are in my presence.
Too slow for the room. Okay, man.
Behold the wraith for the treasury.
I see what you're saying.
War is torn.
You want me to start attacking him? Okay. I could just lean in here. I don't want to deal with this.
We are in agreement.
I listen to this guy and now I'm dead.
Keep your thoughts to yourself. Behold the wraith.
Domination, your top tower.
Great. Great advice.
Your top tower is under attack. Mega kill. Double kill. And get over there. Oh, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that. Hey, look at you knocking down that bottom tower.
Oh, the tower's
Top
gone.
tower. Goodbye, top tower.
I rise again. 'Tis your honor. Mine to claim. I walk among you. Submit to the Wraith King. By any measure. Wise counsel. Obey me. As you advise.
I can't stack, can I? Because of these fucking skeletons. Whatever.
'Tis I. By
Your
my
middle tower
decree.
is under attack.
Who's in charge here? Who dares look upon the Wraith?
Double kill!
Fall upon them. Your king moves of his
Radiant fortified distractions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I'm always at my
You
best.
fucking end. Destroy your items, bro.
My gratitude.
Dude, Wraith King is such a good tower pusher.
Enemy's
I'm
middle
block it.
tower just
I'm
bit the
block it
dust.
jungle. Radiant.
You are in my presence.
Yeah, you know, Alan, I agree. She's
So what if I swagger?
keeping people serious. I like that he's showing initiative and he's trying hard to win the game, but like, he can do it in a better way.
Ah, wow. Wow is right, huh?
There are wraiths among you.
Going to be good.
Not timid. It's a king thing. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Go to. You are in my presence. Take a knee, peasant. Tis
Dazzle
your
feet? Oh shit!
Comes
We're gonna
easily
boys,
to a
we're gonna be
shadow
immortals.
breeze.
I am your
Great. You know, if you leave Wraith King long enough in the jungle, he actually just becomes super powerful, huh? Like, his farming efficiency is so good. Lina, Void Top. Ricky
By
Miller.
my decree. Question. Come, let's all mine.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Bow before.
Yeah, you know, jungle Wraith King efficiency is kind
So
of interesting.
what if I swagger? We are in agreement.
Radiant called in the fortification.
They're all calm now.
I'm always at my best.
They're playing the efficiency game with Wraith King, so.
Race, your king is here. Another paltry offering. What are you afraid of?
Your middle tower's under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop
Anthem winner,
that.
Wraith King. Why would I do that?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I'll consider it.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I see you, I see you.
Your king moves of his own accord.
Dude, this bitch is so dead! Okay.
Ah, thanks, man.
Hey, my farm! My farm! Game's over, I guess.
Behold the wraith.
Yeah, you just leave Wraith King in the jungle long enough, he just kills everything.
Prostrate yourself.
No!
As you advise.
Armlet next item.
Behold your king. War is
Why you can't, bro?
wise counsel.
about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
I'll consider it. Questionable.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Oh, baby! Don't get up. By any measure. I walk among
Regeneration!
Hi, Tuku.
wraiths.
Anyways, RG,
Your
I don't know
king
why
is
you
here.
think Manta Mjolnir is a good idea.
I'm
Why would you buy?
always at
Why
my
would you buy
best.
Manta this game?
Radiant structures are fortified.
We are in the
Yeah, you want me to use Mortal Strike with 2 skeleton charge?
as you advise. Your
Easy.
king moves of his own accord.
Let's keep stalking.
'Tis I.
Dominate!
Job, Beaver.
Killing spree!
Choose a queen.
Where's my Radiance recipe?
Who's in charge here? King requires. So what if I swagger? Come, let's be about it.
Almost Radiance.
Submit to the Wraith King. By my crown.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
On them. Keep your thoughts to yourself.
Mega kill!
Thank you.
Radiance. Wise counsel.
Unstoppable! Double kill!
Yeah, I think they're done. We just end the game.
Behold the wraith.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Dire structures are fortified. Enemy's middle tower is no more. You better poof on over to your bottom tower. The enemy's middle barracks.
Well,
has
RG, I'm gonna ask you. Do you know why you build Manta Mjolnir? Like, I'm curious why you build it. You know why you build the items that you build?
Your
There are very
king
specific
moves of
reasons
his
for those
own
items.
accord.
Your bottom tower is under attack. You gotta do
You
something
know, you can
about
read
it.
this here.
Sit there with your
By
front-
my decree. Take a knee, peasant.
Every coin helps.
You stunned?
So what if I swagger?
I foresaw your death the moment you were
Oh my god, that Lina stun is so good.
The irony is rich.
Monster kill!
Straight yourself.
Who's their mid player? Wind Ranger.
Questionable.
Radiant's courier has been killed. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Straight yourself.
Fort Dazzle, yep.
I am your lead.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
We are in a
Enemy's bottom barracks just took a dive.
Who's in charge here?
Oh, that race. Anyway, proving shit all time. How does that statement make you feel, Sebastian?
Double kill.
Wraiths, your king is here.
Use Mjolnir and Mjolnir Manta for tower pushing? Oh my god, there are a lot of problems with your strategy.
As you advise.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems.
There are wraiths among you.
I mean, you can't, lightning doesn't do damage on towers, right?
I'm always at my best. Keep your thoughts to yourself. War is torn. I walk among you. I'm always at my best. Keep your thoughts to yourself. I am legend. We are in a
Might actually be dead, guys.
Top tower's gone.
Why?
Good.
Why? Just let it go. Let it go. Anyways, if you want a tower push, you know you should buy AC. Everyone right clicks faster. Takes the tower's armor away. People are tankier.
Kappa!
Buy Desolator. Tower has less armor. Buy those items. Those are tower pushing items. Or Greaves. Buy Greaves. You know? Sustain. But Mjolnir, that's like, that is 100% not a tower pushing item.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You doctor and punk is good. Okay.
big dagger.
Here.
You are in my presence.
Good.
Give to your king.
Oh, my mind is...
Consider it. There are wraiths among you.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
My word.
The enemy's top tower is fallen. I couldn't have done it better myself. Yeah, well,
By
probably.
my crown.
Got me.
The enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Holy shit! Hold it!
Prostrate yourself.
For you, I made an exception.
Glory. By my decree. At my word.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh yes! I'm in the blue player! Oh yeah! Finally, I was tired of being divine skill. Oh, and I get a level 6 chat wheel things. Oh shit. I get a HUD thing. Oh no, a blade mill thing. Nice, I'm a blade mill now. Oh, divine. I mean, immortal. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby. Do you get a rank for both badges, or do you just get a rank for your highest one? Does anybody know? Any double immortal players there know the answer to that question? Anybody? Anybody at all? Anybody? Okay. Oh, I don't wanna support Scrubs. This guy plays mid only. There's a rank for both? I don't know. I didn't know there was 2 leaderboards. Yo, bro. You are not good enough for me. Get on my level. Unless you want to play unranked. Yeah, anyways, I didn't know there's two leaderboards. So there's actually 2 leader. Oh, I haven't checked this website in a long time. That's actually quite interesting that they have these double leaderboards. Sumail's the best support player in North America? And South America? And Central America? Didn't know. Did not know. Jan 2020. No way. Okay, make sure your your girl doesn't give birth any other day. See, you know you're old when your friends just start shitting out kids. Sorry, not shit out, sorry. Popping out kids. Alright, let's read some comments before this game starts. Oh, I'm gonna change the brightness a little bit. Alright, where are we? How about blue looking for team maybe? Nah, man, you gotta be at least like 7K to actually be seriously considered in a good team. And thank you everyone for the congratulations and the information on leaderboards. Sumail queues for support, then picks scores. Is this a fact or an opinion? Arjun, I stream from near Vancouver. So your core rank is going to get updated after a ranked match. I think there's like I don't know. There's around like a 2-hour delay for ranks to update, so I don't know. It's the dirtiest combo you can think of right now. It is a fact? Okay. I believe you, I believe you, I believe you. Thank you, W. Shows highest MR, but if you get into the game with Portal, it will show you Portal. Oh, okay, Alex. What if you get invited to a pro team? I would probably decline. Stream Diablo 4. Did I get a sponsor, Rajesh? Not AMD sponsor, but hopefully soon. We're gonna see EG.Bluespan anytime soon. Yeah, maybe 2030 or something like that. I love to spam. I hope you will get soon. You love to spam what? Dota Underlord stream. You actually play that game, Takuya? I know it's like auto chess, right? It's supposed to be like auto chess. I was 17 years older than they were when they were born. Yeah, that's grammatically correct. Northern Lights. Alright, we got a game, guys.
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out. 5 seconds left.
Just CBA sometimes? What does CBA mean? Takuya.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
This guy wants to play Jug. This guy maybe wants to play Invoker mid.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Alright, we got a drop. How do you get out from 4.5k, Tuku? I don't know, man. It's not about the hero. It's about the skill. So even if you spam this hero and then the next patch your hero sucks, then what are you gonna do? How's Hindi a useful language?
Your pick. This is where you
That's
win.
the main language
or
in India,
lose.
right, Devraj? Hello, Sarab.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
That's gonna suck to Vietnamese. Can you get a Duma for the boys? Pekka, you're half Vietnamese, right? Half Vietnamese, Chinese, or is it Cambodian? I know you're a combination. You're two out of those three.
This is where you win or lose.
Half Viet, half Jap. Sick. Sick. That's cool, man. You're like half poor, half rich. Oh shit. This guy's playing Luna. Oh shit, he needs war. Every time I make a joke like that, someone's like, hey man, that country's not poor. We have rich people in our country too. Yes, I'm sure you do, just like every other fucking country.
Vengeful spirit.
There are rich people and poor people in your country? No shit.
Yes.
Prepare for battle.
Die alone. With a vengeance.
Right, Devraj, right? Hey, watch this, guys. Nobody get offended, okay? India has a lot of poor people.
As you
Where do I go?
I thank you.
vengeance flies beside. May the drow keep you safe.
30 seconds to showtime.
It's in the bag.
Yeah, I'm not saying anyone's better or worse, you know? Just because someone's rich doesn't make them a good person, and just because someone's poor doesn't make them a bad person. I am just simply saying that in this world, there are rich countries and there are poor countries. Oh god. And there are... I already forgot what I was gonna say. Go, go, go,
For all
go!
the marbles. If marbles were at all valuable.
Fuck! Dude, I was like 0.3 seconds too late. Never mind.
Very well.
You gotta keep running, LC has overwhelming.
By Skryok. By Skryok's talons. As you wish.
The fuck out of the lane, bitch. Let's pretend to back off.
I fly. By my wings.
Oh no, please.
Blood!
Blood stains the banners.
Hey, Drow, buy some items.
Fool.
I'll bring it to you.
Because a vision softly.
Dude, oh man, one click. Thank you for the Fs.
Heads up, we're back.
Range attack range. Shorter than my dick. 2 inches. Excuse me, did you just assume my item build? That's it. That's it. I'm buying Divine Rapier. Harsh, you want to know what that thing is? Here you go. There you go. Read this paragraph. You think Venge should actually be reworked to give her global swap? I agree. You know, we just you know, we pair Zeus or Spectre, probably Zeus, and then we just sit and found, and then we swap them. Easiest kill of your lives. But then we die too. Oh wait, that doesn't make any sense. Drow, there you are.
Denied.
Seriously, you don't buy regen, but you buy this? I'll buy fucking
If you
shit.
insist. The time has come. My sentiments. By the bloody pinions of Avilva. You shall feel my talents. Let my vengeance
Oh, they told
soar. I am there. Faster. If I must. To battle. Denied. My thanks.
Oh my fucking god!
With a vengeance. I fly. Vengeance flies beside me. Fly to it. I am mortal.
Bitch!
Getting this beat.
Oh! No! Are you serious? This wow.
Mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Denied.
Wow, man, that's just fucking amazing.
Let my vengeance soar.
Dire's structures are fortified.
My sentiments decisive. As you wish. Not enough mana.
Oh god! Fuck you! Fuck you, man!
I'll not be stopped so easily.
If I had friends like you, I'd never lose. Hey,
Alright.
If I
Oh, I hate watching my friends miss last hits.
Four.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Yes.
Don't let him do that!
That was a pretty good guess.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I am there.
We can kill the bird.
Denied! Your middle tower's under attack!
Very well.
Or I could just die. Well, Drow got more money for killing the Phoenix than I did for dying to what's his face.
I will not fall again.
Can't even keep me. Why don't I walk to lane? I don't have that luxury.
Alone. Your numbers.
Holy fucking Speedy Gonzalez!
Feel my pain.
Hey, Invoker, that's your
middle
reward.
tower is under attack!
Never mind.
You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Faster.
Somebody can take it.
You
Look at me, I'm the Curie now.
rocket like my wings. At last.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Attack! Denied.
Good one.
Faster. Let's try. Very well.
Is Drow even 6? 5, and jungling at 5.
I am there. Yes.
Oh, he's dead again. Is that a mid
They're
disruptor?
trying to knock down
That
your
is
middle
in
tower.
fact a mid disruptor, and
Rally
he's
the
3 and 3 and
troops
he's level 8.
get over there!
In fact, he's by far the highest level in this game, even after dying 3 times. That's
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. What, not your job or something?
Four.
Your middle tower's under attack. You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Let my vengeance soar. As you wish. There.
fuck.
As you wish.
Okay. Can that fucking bird die? What the fuck? So Phoenix kills me for 223 and gets the experience and more gold. And then I kill him after. Oh man. So actually I lost in that exchange. I'm higher level, that's why.
Pop's always said, seeing where you're going helps you get there.
Stand down. There. My sentiments precisely. This is how it's done. With a vengeance. If you insist.
Can you fix it? You wanna kill this guy?
Vengeance fly.
You even watching the top tower?
Loyal warrior.
I am not arguing.
Your top tower is under attack.
I
job, man.
The time has come.
Yeah, that was a close one.
Faster!
Oh, I fucking misclicked on that catapult.
Vengeance flies beside
Evoker's dead again.
me.
Damn, he just dies a lot, huh? My fault for not helping him?
I am there.
That's a real Spectre.
Fool. I am
That's
not
higher level than the Spectre. That's because I had solo lane experience for quite a while now.
my soul. If I must. By my wings.
Dire's putting up a barricade. Killing spree! The bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, hit the egg.
Time. Fortune favors
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone? Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill!
Dude, what the fuck is going on with this? Holy shit. What does Luna have at this point in time?
Your middle tower is under
3, 4 wristbands.
battle.
Why are you coming? Why? You fucking shit. I wonder if they have vision over here.
I fly.
Check this through.
Very well.
Your middle tower is under attack! Dig in and defend
Drow,
that
come
sucker!
to mid tower, please. Drow.
If you insist.
The top tower needs some help. You
Oh, I didn't
and a
even use
couple of
my
friends
medallion.
could Probably
Oopsie.
stop that.
My sentiments precisely.
Did he just put down a ward? Because I am pretty sure he just put down a ward.
Yes. As you wish.
Who the fuck just flies in like that? He fucking 100% put down a ward.
My sentiments precisely.
Invisibility?
Oh shit.
Unstoppable! The top tower needs some help.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Kill me!
The bottom tower is under attack.
Fucking cunt.
The foundling's life is all a gift.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kinda bad.
Deny, man. Let's see, I'm up for 15 more seconds. Not enough time to deny the bounty run, so we just do something else. Oh, we can kill these. Forgot about these. 2 more seconds. Nice word, bro.
Like a promise of revenge. As you wish.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Are we losing? Yep. Fuck. Okay. Hi, Razzie. No boots. First item, eggs. Might be good. Can't really tell you if it's good or not.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Best served.
I don't know what to do in this game, guys. We just wait.
Your
I guess
top
our power
tower is
spike's
under
better
attack.
later on.
Oh, there better be something important. Your tower has fallen.
But the ultra late belongs to them.
Spirit.
The early game belongs to them.
Losing spirit.
So we're gonna win in the mid game. Somehow.
The time has come.
Help, 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 help!
Dire structures are fortified.
Are you fucking all pussies or something? Are you all pussies?
Killing spree! Double kill!
Yeah.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower!
By the way, did my vengeful spirit like stop attacking the egg for some reason?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Christ. Is Luna ever gonna get eggs? Should I get eggs? I mean, Vlad's.
Your middle tower's under
Yeah,
attack.
Vlad's. Coming, I'm coming. I got the kill of my wave, dude. Who's the target? Who's the target? You, right?
Top tower needs some help. Double kill!
Double kill! Look at me, I'm the carry now.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe we just both carry.
This is one of the things in the bad cop. The top tower has fallen.
Faster.
Coming towards LC? Coming? Okay. You can just wait, man. If you just fucking wait 3 seconds. 3 seconds.
Yes. As you wish.
3 fucking seconds. Luna have Vlad's? Yeah, okay, she's building. So we will go Solar Crest. Okay, I see you.
If I must.
There's a disruptor over here.
Dominate!
Oh, I should have swapped earlier. I don't know why I didn't. Get the egg, Clinks.
Mega kill! Killing spree!
There's bounty runs.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Clinks, you can grab this bounty run.
I just reward.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Let my vengeance soar. My sentiments
Support Luna.
precisely. Very well.
Oh, fuck me. The disruptor here.
Do it!
No, no.
Just
No.
do it!
We can win the game, but we don't want to kill disruptor.
We're gonna get sick! Double kill!
My goddess wished you dead.
Killing spree!
Don't worry, I'll carry you guys.
Triple kill!
Huh?
So
No problem.
sweet. Faster.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Is that a Shrek Invoker? Shrek, you can duel me. You can duel me. Egg or some shit? Good job, Bodhi. Being a thug isn't easy, guys. Yeah, it's not easy.
I am not.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Ain't nothing but a neat thing, right?
Look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
Shall feel.
Oh yeah, you know what I need, guys? I need me a doggy. Here, doggy. Here's doggy. Oops, that's not a doggy. I actually pressed the wrong button. Oops. Am I really gonna carry it? Yep. See, like this is my carrier here. He's level 16. I'm the position 5 support. Level 17.
Let my vengeance
What can I say?
soar.
What can I say?
Whoa! God! Double kill! Triple kill!
Yes.
I'll cut the Spectre off. I won't. Okay.
Ultra kill!
If I must.
Yo, I got him.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Oh man, you know I'm kind of happy I got the Centaur.
Opinions of Aviva.
Don't worry, I carry and support.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
If you insist.
Alright, guys, our spike is in the mid game, but we still lose ultra late. Okay. Here's my doggy. Oh, Clinks wants to do some shenanigans. I'm down for these shenanigans.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Oh god, we can't save him. Now he's dead. I'm not even gonna bother. Oh, he's not dead. And I should have bothered. Should have bothered. I should have bothered.
Let the skies take I am not arguing.
Mega kill!
Man, doggy. Come on, just stop for a second, bro. Just stop for 1 second.
The time has come.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
As you
Where's my dog?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Would you say I have 200 IQ?
fall.
Jupiter?
I'll take that.
300. Those are rookie numbers. Where's my doggy? Where's my doggy?
It's over 9.
Oh shit! We're gonna fucking right click like a truck now. Hey, Luna, you and I can do it. Don't worry. We're the real Curies.
If you insist.
See? Luna and I can do this easy. When did he hit level 20? Don't worry. How much do I right click for? 369 69 damage.
Fly to it.
Why would I make a Dominator of this game, Paul Kit? Because I want my doggy.
With a vengeance.
Killing spree! On edge! Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Your top tower dire structures are fortified.
My dog.
Unstoppable! The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. They don't know what hit them. The enemy's bottom tower has
Well,
fallen.
look at these buildings just melt.
Barracks has fallen. Enemy's bottom barracks just took a dive.
I fly. I'm not ready.
This casual position 5 support. Hitting their tier 3. With Aegis.
The enemy's top tower is fallen.
To be honest with you, I didn't really play position 5. I played more like a 4. Kind of. I'm somewhere in the middle. 4.5, let's say.
The enemy's top barracks. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps. Oh, good. Let them do all the work. Time for a snack.
Is that actually you, Templar?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower is no more. Mega kill! Unstoppable! Chicken sick!
Holy shit, I
Triple kill!
fucking saved him. It's okay, Polkit. Yeah, you feel free to ask questions.
His
Man.
name is John C.
Don't underestimate the doggo. GG guys. Boop. Invoker command. Wow. Yeah, I told you our spike was in the mid game, right? But yeah, you know, ultra late game, you know, they take the cake because LC can get 2 million damage. Dev Spectre. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions or comments about this game? Yeah, anyways, I would have actually gotten Vlad's first if we didn't have a Luna who got it. Yeah, I would get Vlad's and then Solar Crest, Helm Dominator. Power Treads is really nice too. Power Treads is really nice because I was being empowered by the Drow, so you can farm really quickly even though you're just a support. Actually, my GPM almost 600. In fact, it's not the second highest on my team. It's like the third. Oh, whatever. Higher than the Invokers with the Midas, though. I was doing top 500, but suddenly party. Friend request, you know? How'd you even think of Helm, really? Yeah, I know it's not conventional for you guys to see Helm Dominator. Like, you probably see, like, maybe Lycan buy it, right? But that's the only time you ever see that item. But you have to remember that... Or Chen might buy it, right? But you have to remember that certain neutrals have very powerful auras, right? In our lineup, it's a good 5-man Deathball lineup, right? It's not like a pick-off, you know, Nuke Assassin, Ricky, Bounty Hunter lineup. Like, it's just, it's a 5-man Deathball lineup. So, you build auras. I build Solar Crests, I build...
5 seconds left!
Doggy Aura. You know? So you guys have to identify what kind of lineup you have, right? So there's certain...
You know what to do!
There are certain lineups that just, like... that are very good for picking off people, right? Like, they're not really good at team fighting, but they're good at picking people off. Like, if you have PA, Ricky, they're not really good at team fighting, but they're really good at picking
10
people
seconds!
off. And sometimes, like, lineups change. As an example, Tinker, right? Like, he's okay at picking people off. No, actually, he's really good. What is Tinker not good at? I don't know. Okay, bad example. Tinker's good at a lot of things. But yeah, just, you know, like, Tide's a good team fighting hero, but he's not really good at picking people off, right? So. Actually, I don't want to play Tide. I don't want my team to think that I'm playing
goal is to have fun.
Or we could play Tide and we can fucking do the same thing we did yesterday. You guys watched that game yesterday? I went Daedalus.
Okay,
I went Desolator. I got the 250 damage talent, and we were critting bitches for 2,000 damage. It was great.
10 seconds.
Oh man, what am I playing? This guy actually wanted to. Oh, he early picked Drow, huh? Oh shit. Oh what? Oh shit. Are you support Tide or? Would you like to play carry? XD. I don't care. Ah, yeah, that's good. Alright. God, I don't want to play Venge yet. It's just so good. Well, maybe we can play Luna. Luna? Oh, fuck yeah, I want to play Luna. Oh yeah, Grimstroke fucks Pangolier so bad. Like, if you ever get, like, attached to someone...
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Yeah, he just stays in one spot, dude.
What? Huh?
100k damage again? Those are rookie numbers. We're gonna go for 200,000 this time. Takuya, were you in that game? You were in that game, right? Were you throwing? You were probably throwing in that game, right? Alright, this guy's gonna have to...
It's over 9,000!
Morty. Yo, I'm totally going Ags again. Don't worry, I will buy eggs. And I will eclipse the Tinker. You're not throwing that game specifically? Okay, so just generally then? Just generally, overall throwing. Okay, that's okay, Taki.
The Moon
That's,
Rider
you
has
can throw as much
arrived.
as you like.
What do you see?
I'll only flame you a little bit. Oscar, are you cosplaying as Clinks?
Prepare for battle!
It's actually kind of a cool Huskar set.
This must be the battle sung of in the Eldwomb's Edda. The battle that was truly in the bag.
Am I going Caster Luna? We're...
The night sees all.
Maybe. We'll see.
The gods
See how this game
themselves
progresses.
agree. It's in the bag.
But yeah, I'm getting eggs for sure, but I mean, I can transition into a right clicker. Caster Luna is more fun, to be honest with you.
30 seconds.
Like, it's such a
It's in the bag.
such a rush when you use your ultimate. You're like, oh, pew 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 pew. How many people am I gonna kill? It's great.
It isn't the bag you should be worried about.
Yes.
But the box.
Quickly now.
Jesus.
The battle's starting. Just remember, you got
Easy
a
rune.
job to do.
The
You got that
Dark
one too? Is that
Moon
4
comes.
runes? We got 4 runes!
Let's
We won!
go.
Yeah, you can stand here and right click LC.
Come, Nova. We ride
Yeah, it's fine.
on the hunt.
Yeah, no, we can right click these guys.
Yes. Catch. Into battle.
First blood!
First blood for Salamene and for the Dark Moon. For
Sometimes you just gotta
Salamene.
sacrifice your farm a little bit.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Absolutely. With pleasure. Ha! Taste my steel.
Want some pointers?
Illuminating.
So that's a support man.
Try harder. Far the night
We can kill LC.
It's better this way.
on the prowl.
What's up?
Pathetic. Head piercing.
Boom, baby!
Believe it.
Yourself, bro.
Plan. Thanks. Yeah. Weakling. Stalking. By starlight. Crescent steel. Slice. A new moon.
You know what? I should have got Aura level 2.
Let's go.
I mean, why get Lucent Beam when I don't even have mana? Okay.
Yes. Yes. Attack.
The top tower's under attack.
Good plan.
Are you fucking
Stalking.
Cannot be.
Absolutely. Poor wee thing.
Oh.
Yeah. The hunt. Moon's blessings. to battle. The night sees all.
Fucking courier, man, I can't use it.
Quickly now. Here. Lucent beam.
Oh man, oh dude, I didn't.
My damage redoubled. Let's go. By starlight. This will hurt. For the night. Not yet. Lunar light. We ride.
Oh god!
I said
Oh man, I actually wanted to cut. Well, it doesn't matter. The fact that I was even in this situation was a mistake.
we ride once more.
And I wish I had my salve in my fucking inventory instead of this fucking shitty clarity. I can salve as I'm running away and it would have been fine.
Come, Nova. By starlight.
And yeah, I should get a magic stick, Jerry. That's your first good suggestion.
We ride. Absolutely. Yes. Lucent beam. On the cloud. Starlight. Quickly now. It's not time yet.
Fuck you, bud.
Good
Yo, fight!
Double kill.
Try to run. Yes.
And his name is John C.
I mean, he got last hit. No! Fuck! Fuck you, you fucking sh-
Salamene commands. What? Lunar light. Let's go.
Jesus Christ. I'd like to shrine top, please.
Sees all. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go. Illuminating. On the
If we're working clock is still right 2 times per day. That's right, Lulu.
fear. I'm not ready.
Fight! Chase! Chase!
It's not time yet.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Come, Nova. Stalking.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Death approaches. On the hunt.
You got me.
Heads up. Lucent beam.
Ah.
Absolutely. Illuminating. Eclipse. You won't escape.
My fucking mana!
Who piercing light?
Oh god! Oh dude, like I needed 2 mana, man. And I don't know if I was tread swapping properly, but like, you know, It was so close. God. I needed 110 mana, right? And I had like 107 or something like that. Let me get back in my time machine.
The woods are unsafe. My work.
No, that kind of vibes
yet
is not good.
complete.
It's just like a.
Hey,
You should have had a mango
follow
there.
Prowl.
Obviously. Oh shit, Sherlock.
Good plan. Yes.
Nice.
Quickly now. Heads up.
What a player.
What do you see?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. What, not your
For
job or
dark
something? Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
This guy underestimate
Piercing light.
Elsie's speed. You know what he should have had there? He should have boots of travel there.
Let's go.
Bounty.
Run them down. I'm done being merciful. Let's go.
Oh god.
Lucent beam. We rock
Aye!
now.
This lane is so fucking action packed, man. Oh, I'm 6 and 4. We're 3 and 4, 3 and 4, and 1 and 5. Oh, we're actually winning, huh? Hi, Adam. Alright.
By starlight. What do you see?
Fuck you, Elsie. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. God damn it. I can't wait to get my fucking eggs. And fucking nuke you all. I was about to kill this stinker.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
I should have you on this? Yeah, you're right.
No time to lose. Fire the
Get
knife.
up! Get out there!
We played magical damage filled Luna like a few days ago. Did you see it?
Absolutely.
Killing spree!
Are those fake?
Your middle tower is under attack!
Those are fake fairs. No one of
Let's
those real.
go. Blessings.
Yo,
upon
let me
a
get.
loyal
Let me grab this. Let
warrior.
me grab this. Where's the tinker,
Invisibility.
anyways?
Yes. Blessed be the night.
Double kill us!
Yeah. Pitiful. By starlight.
Pretty good move if you ask me.
Did we win a
Quickly
single
now.
game
You
today in
even
Dota?
watching your top tower?
Did win a single game today in Dota? You don't even have a subject in your
On
sentence.
the prowl.
Did anybody in the entire planet win a game of Dota 2 today?
Starlight.
Maybe.
Let's go.
Not. Oh, you didn't win a single game of
Settles
Dota.
in.
Oh, man, that sucks.
We ride.
That sucks. Bro. What happens?
Stalking.
Mask of Madness to farm. Oh, fuck me. What the fuck, man? Why can't I just run through the street? I'm dead.
You'll regret that.
Is it good to go magical from the beginning or topped off from some time?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
No, I mean, like, I actually thought about buying Mask of Madness just to farm the jungle. I don't know, but I kind of value being able to get eggs as soon as possible so I can blast the Tinker. Yeah, LC's super. I might just. We don't really have vision. I gotta fucking buy my own words.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there's better be something called in the fortification.
The night sees all.
Oh, fuck you, LC, you fucking piece of shit. Fucking hunt me again, cunt.
We
Wanna get Lincoln's this game? Depends how much I respect the LC.
Red Moon.
I mean, if LC goes, let's say his score becomes 4 and 30, are you really gonna buy an item to counter a shitty LC? Right? Everything depends.
Good plan. What do you see? On the hunt. I'll take that.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dig in and defend that
Does
sucker.
Red Thing have alternates? Does anyone know? Does Red Thing have reincarnation?
Salamene commands.
Your middle tower double kill.
Jesus, man. This guy, we get to approach him from the right angle.
Illuminating.
Why don't we just not even bother.
Let's go. Let's go.
Wah, wah.
Poor thing. The hunt
Fuck off, Holger. Fat shit.
by starlight.
Lose some weight, motherfucker.
Dire structures are fortified.
LC's over here, good. Part of this shit.
Far the night.
Enemy bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
With pleasure. The night sees all. Quickly now.
Okay. Well, this is the strategy we're
Yes.
committed to now. Help this Drow. Help the Drow turn around.
Yes.
Double kill.
Hungry Nova? On the prowl.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Hey, we got eggs now.
No, that was that. Each target, I break the one, and I.
Top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over
Hey,
there.
man, I want to buy this egg and fucking get my revenge on this LC.
On the hunt.
Oh, we're almost level
Top
12 though.
tower needs some help.
A lunar beacon.
I'd rather just wait on.
What do you see?
Dude, she's gonna get. Dude, you're gonna get jumped. He's gonna jump you.
Yeah.
Oh god. I need my level 12 though.
We weren't finished. Yes.
I could have saved him there, but I was like, I'm just gonna farm jungle.
Good plan.
This is what we've been waiting for. You guys ready for this shit?
By
Oh
starlight.
god, this is so fucking juicy.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh shit!
Willingly.
Doesn't matter, we still got to. Do that blade mail. Oh, second item blade mail. Okay, that means his farm is slower. Did it backfire? I killed Tinker though. I mean, I guess he's the same level as me. So it's not a backfire, then it's a stalemate. Which means it's even on both sides. Bro.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Far the night. Insignificant. Heads up. Heads up. They will find my blade sharp on the prowl.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Let's go. Absolutely.
Yeah, you played Mill? I don't fucking care.
A lonely dad. Slice.
Middle tower's under attack.
Come, Nova.
お前はもう死んでいる。
Everybody slap that.
何？
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
We ride.
Yes.
Yes,
Wraithing has
they're trying to
Blink
knock down
Dagger
your
now.
middle tower.
He's not going to Radiant build. Thank you.
Quickly now.
Any mana runes are almost up. I don't have Eclipse, so you
top
guys
tower's
just take it
under
easy
attack.
just for a little bit. That would be fantastic.
On the hunt. It's not time yet.
I'm just gonna go top. I'm gonna go top.
Come, Nova. Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Somebody TP in it.
Let's
Die!
go. Stop.
Double damage.
Whatever, man. What? How did he come out? Did I get experience? No. He got experience and the money, huh? I mean, we both got money, but he got experience and I didn't. That sucks dick, dude. Now that is a backfire.
Tiny stroke in my masterpiece.
Oh, fuck you, LC. Be in my existence.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top
Manic
tower
Soda.
is under attack. You gonna do something about it, or
Go
just
Yasha,
sit there
guys.
looking funny?
Yasha? Kaya, actually.
Nova. I missed you.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a magical falls. So fight!
Here.
Am I gonna build Satanic? No. Maybe.
What do you see? Illuminating. Lunar light. Far the night. Stalking. Into battle. Absolutely.
Yeah, I might need something to counter the Blade Mail for sure.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Let's
Red
see, yeah,
moon.
maybe we need BKB. Yeah, BKB sounds pretty good. Maybe we'll get BKB
By
after
starlight.
Kaya Yasha.
Let's go. I'm not ready.
Hey, don't get Blade Mail ruled, bro.
Yeah. On the prowl.
Oh, yeah, we have to this one again. Be great.
Good plan.
Unless the backfires.
Quick
Top
now.
tower needs some help. You'll be
Oh, he went
fine,
backwards.
as long as that top tower
Yeah, I was
don't
seriously
fall.
considering this.
Oh wait, somebody.
Sees all. Yes. We ride.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Attack. Should have stopped when you lost.
Boom, 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 baby. Yeah.
Yes.
One more.
Killing spree! Killing spree! Double kill!
And his name is John C.
Oh man, that felt okay. Not gonna lie. Oh fuck. I live for those moments, you know.
Run them down.
Once every 140 seconds we get to orgasm. That's pretty decent in my opinion.
The
Free tower
sky
hit.
alight. Taste my steel. Try to run. Stalking.
See you later.
Good plan. Yes.
Ah.
Haha.
What? Should we get ether lens? Nah, let's just. That's it.
Catch.
Yo, fuck! I don't give a shit about Blade Mill.
Crescent steel.
Captain goes down with his ship. You know what I'm saying?
Slice.
That feeling was like having nuts so beautiful that it is not described
On the
level.
hunt.
Oh, everyone's dead except for
You
me.
won't escape. Heads up.
Tinker, please stop you.
It's not time yet. We ride.
Oh, you fucking bitch.
Starlight.
Mommy, Tinker's coming.
Yes.
No.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
If you buy Eon this and use ult on
Death
Blade Mail, what
approaches.
happens? Then you do no damage. That would be the dumbest thing ever.
For Salamene.
Yeah, I believe like if you drink Eon this, you actually don't do damage. You
Let's
don't do
go.
damage.
The moon waxes. What do you see? A harvest moon. On the front.
Run upward, run upward.
Not for me. Are you done?
Fuck you, LC, you fucking shit! Bitch!
Do not
I don't care.
cross the dark moon.
I don't care using it on one. I don't care.
Who dares?
Sweet, sweet revenge.
Quickly now.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Let's go. Absolutely. Into battle.
Dominate!
My Drow
They
aura.
will fear me. The night sees all. Your middle tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column. Dire structures.
Want me to get a boring king bar? Boring boy.
Illuminating. Let's go. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. What do you see? By your middle tower
I think he didn't see that. 28-15 next orgasm.
This
Ready
will
for
hurt.
it?
If your mid tower
7 more
was up,
seconds.
It'd be pretty mad at you. Illuminating. Yes. Yeah.
I'm scared, dude.
Stalking.
Oh my god, there's a fucking LC over here. I mean,
Let's go. Yeah. Far the night.
Blade Mill. Did he use Blade Mill?
On the prowl.
Did he use Blade Mill? Did he use?
Come Nova.
Should we just use it on him? Oh, he has vision over here.
Yes.
That's why he backed off. That's why he has vision over here.
The night sees all.
Maybe you can grab that DD and smoke
We
from the Roshan.
ride.
That'd be fantastic.
Quickly now.
Anyways, eggs is really important to see because of the Tinker. Like, it's hard for us to kill Tinker unless I buy eggs.
On the hunt. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Good plan. A piercing light. Lunar light. Here.
See you soon.
What is Aegis Counter Tinker? Do you know the cast range of this?
By
This
starlight.
ability? 2,500. And I think that's without my talent.
Let's go.
So it's 2,900. So imagine me just blasting Tinker from over
Yes.
here, right? Can you see how that
Your
counters Tinker?
top tower is under attack.
Starlight. Illuminating. We ride.
Scary.
Stalking.
The Shadow Blade. Oh, he's
Quickly now.
coming! I'm coming! I'm coming! Fight! 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 Fight!
Lunar light. Oh
I need to get my ult off. No! Dude! Oh, my ultimate ends when I die. That's actually really sad. Shit, dude.
Kill. Dire's structures are fortified.
Divine Rapier. So, Elsie's becoming quite the problem. Oh, actually, Lincoln didn't do anything to Elsie.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
How was it? No, remember Octarine Core gives me mana leech. No. Spell life
Top
leech.
tower is
I
under
should say.
attack.
That doesn't matter. I'll hit 25 soon either way.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Also, like, I don't need to go to Butterfly because I mean, it's not like we're lacking on right-click damage, right? Drow's an amazing right-clicker. Huskar is amazing right-clicker. I already right-click a lot, so it's not like you know those people how like when they see Slardar or like TA or Vengeful Spirit, they're like, yeah, we gotta get Solar Crest and Desolator and AC.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all of the negative armor. You know, you don't have to play like that. Sometimes it's better to play a well-rounded lineup.
Good plan.
Does that make sense? Thank you.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Dude, Elsie scares me.
Sees all.
Killing spree.
Oh man, he might be. He's dead, dude. Jesus.
Let's go.
Octarine Core is lifesteal item, guys.
Attack.
It is a sustain item. Don't forget.
Night sees all.
Yo, we need defense.
By starlight. Blessed piercing.
God, fuck you. Yeah, maybe we'll go BKB or something after.
Top tower is under attack.
Nice Drow, dude.
Your top tower has fallen. Top barracks are under attack.
On the
Your
prowl.
top barracks is fallen. Hope you don't pay for lessons.
Innocent beam.
Yeah, one after we get Octarine
We
Core, we'll probably go
ride.
BKB, I think. Get too much magical bullshit.
Illuminating.
Just fucking running around. Invisible with Shadow
Your
Blade.
top shrine is under attack.
Yeah.
Your top shrine is under
Night
attack.
silver. Starlight. Here.
shrine is under attack.
I'm under attack. Piercing light.
Oh, too cocky.
The top shrine has fallen. This is why we can't have nice things.
Good plan. Let's go.
You don't think we'll win?
On the hunt.
You can think whatever you like.
Quickly, Nova.
But would you be willing to bet money on that?
Yes.
No, I'm just talking.
Quickly now. Who dares? The moon smiles upon me. For dark moon.
Get out of here, get out. Leave this area.
Stalking.
English only, please.
Yes.
Has Drow been buying a lot of our rewards? I think like he's buying a lot of our rewards. Huh? There's gonna be a Pangolier here maybe in a second.
Yes. Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Yeah. Unworthy. Absolutely.
Where's Elsie? Oh, Elsie's dead. Good, good, good. So if I push one more wave, Elsie will definitely TP bottom.
On the hunt.
Here he comes. He's coming. He's coming.
For dark moon.
See you later.
The night sees all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Elsie's down here too.
Far the night. Let's go. I'm not ready. Good plan. This will hurt. Lunar light.
Yeah, blade mill this.
Double kill.
Kill the ogre too.
Let's go.
Does anyone have boots to travel? Deal with bottom, please.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Quickly now.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
On the prowl.
The enemy's top tower is fallen. Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Back. Drow, get back, please. Back.
Good plan.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Go, man. If you use Gust,
On the
you can TP
Your
up.
bottom tower has fallen.
The night sees all.
You got a Gust then. TP.
Absolutely. Poor wee thing. Slice.
So, Elsie do it?
Come, Nova. Stalking. On the prowl. Let's go. Yes.
I'm the real sandbag? What does that
We
even mean?
ride.
The real sandbag? Are you even playing like he's a heavyweight?
Yeah.
Roshan's dead.
Immortality.
Man, him and that ages. Glad I never messed up that bad.
target?
Fire the night.
I think we go refresher, BKB goes scared ambush. And then after eggs.
Yeah.
Fusel for what?
Let's go. Quickly now. Yes. On the prowl. We ride. By starlight.
It's tempting to use this, but if they survive, then it's easy to push for them. Can't survive.
Yeah. Eclipse. Salamene commands.
Killing spree!
Stalking. I'm not ready. Yeah.
What the fuck? That guy's alive, dude.
Killing spree! Triple kill! Unstoppable!
Another subject.
Double kill!
Holy, this battle is so epic, dude.
Friends,
Place their
to a
trust
world
in me.
without winter.
What happens if they BKB Christy? And I just die? Do you have a plan for that? How many buybacks? Like, this guy bought back. 1, 2, at least 4 buybacks. Hi, Andrej. Oops, actually, but not only BKB, but Blade Mail. Wait, I'm here. I bought back. Oh, fuck. That was a huge game-losing mistake right there.
Let's go. Piercing light. Lunar light. Lucent beam. Lunar light. Try. Run. Piercing light. On the hunt. Let's go.
Oh man, that's so sad.
Slice.
Yeah, it is.
Red moon.
Oh my god, that was such a game-losing mistake.
That it. You won't escape.
Oh, he only has 168 dual damage.
Yes.
You know what? This area is probably warded.
Good plan.
Yo, help me out! Help me out! Winter Runner?
Hey. I'm under attack. Into battle. Start.
Dominate!
Start. Starlight. Piercing light.
Monster kill!
Everyone's dead except for me. Dude.
Fire the night.
Everyone's dead except for me.
Yeah.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Die!
Lucent beam doing that glowing thing. Yeah, have to do it
Seriously,
right.
LC, you fucking shit?
Taste my steel. A lunar light.
Fuck no.
Piercing
I
light.
can't do
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Lunar light. Yes. Your middle barracks are under attack. You'll be sorry if they fall. Lunar light. Your middle barracks has fallen. If you wanted your
My
middle
teammates were
barracks
dead for
to
so
not
long.
fall, you're doing it wrong. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks ain't nothing no more. Now have mega creeps. Let's go. All your buildings are gone. Your middle tower is under attack. Next. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Mega kill! That was genius.
Damn, dude.
Your mid tower could talk, and it'd be pretty mad. Your middle tower has fallen.
You guys.
Huh? My favorite tower. We'll not pay
This build's really fun though, really fun. Way more fun than right click Luna. I mean, with right click Luna, you just run with them and then you press R, right? That's about it. But this one, like, it's so exciting, you know. Yeah, no. 10 out of 10 would recommend this build. And Liberty, it's 140 for Luna's ultimate. So you take 25% off. So what is that? That's 35 seconds, isn't it? So then it becomes 105-second cooldown of Valkyrie rather than 140. Yeah, level 3 Eclipse is 140, right? Yeah. So you just take 25% off that. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You guys can check out the school build. I also like the fact that I get more mana. The life leech on spell, the spell life leech is really big too. So even if you have like only 1,000 HP in a big fight, and then you use your ultimate, then it can heal you back to full HP. Hi Varun, nice to see you again, bud. Alright, I'm back. I need BKB Satanic. Hey Esco, I don't know if you realize this, but I'm a caster build, not a right clicker build. Like all of my items are caster build. Caster item, caster item, caster item. And also I get life leech from my green core. Oh, I'm ranked 2000 safe lane carry. Okay, okay. That's not a very good ranking. But I mean, we just hit immortal, so that's basically the cutoff of immortal. I want to play position 4, guys. Can I please turn off eye tracking? No. A lot of people like it, even if you don't, unfortunately. Guys, there's a new Dota 2 patch. Are we getting Spitfire? And Cold... What's the other hero's name? Yeah. So anyways, I know what you guys are thinking sometimes. Like the conventional Luna build is you butterfly, mantis, BKB, Titanic. Yeah, that's true. It is true. And also, that's actually a pretty decent build in this game. Especially since I have the Drow aura. But I do think that if I go with that right-click build, we have no solution to the Tinker. Who's gonna kill Tinker? Who here can kill Tinker? We don't have like Clockwork, we don't have Zeus, we don't have Ember Spirit, we don't have Spectre. We have no solution to the Tinker. But as you guys saw, Eggs shits on Tinker. And also like, you don't always have to synergize with your strengths. Like if you go right click Luna, then you synergize with Drow Aura, right? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But sometimes it is better to cover your weaknesses than to focus on your strengths. Does that make sense? I did 56,000 damage. Oh yeah, number 1 in the game again. Nice. Yeah, this build is super high damage. Oh, this Wraith King, he has Octarine Core. Huh. That's interesting. I guess he was, yeah, he had the pipe too. I guess he was really scared of me. Yeah, anyways, like, sometimes when you have, like, certain lineups, like, you start tunnel visioning certain things. Like, if you have a Slaughter on your team, whenever there's a Slaughter, I guarantee it, somebody in the chat would be like, bro, you should get Desolator and Solar Crest. And AC. Oh, the minus armor. Yeah, you could do that. And, you know, the more minus armor you have, the better the strategy works. But sometimes that is not really your problem. Doing right-click damage. As an example, if you're up against Pugna, or like Winter Wyvern, and you fucking start building Desolator, Solar Crest, AC, I gotta tell ya, you're looking down the wrong problem. James Barkster? There's a dog! There's a dog playing Dota 2.
Your turn to ban.
We in this game we have rank 700, rank 200, rank 800, rank 900.
5 seconds left.
Hey, Blend, pretty much everyone takes that talent regardless of their item build. It's just way better than whatever the other one is.
Your pick now.
Yeah, pick it. Pick Connell.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Well, I'm considering playing Lich. We have Coddle. Coddle Ultimate and Lich Chain Frost is a sick combo.
10 seconds.
But we'll see if my teammates want to play anything in particular.
5 seconds left.
And I might synergize with their... Okay. We play Lich Coddle. I think if I win this game, I'll be top 1,000, guys. The rank 244 is on the enemy team Blend. Feels bad. Feels really bad. No.
Your pick. This is when you
Oh,
win
so much team
or
fight.
lose.
Wow. Oh no, not Slark. We need like. We...
Remember, the goal is to have
Yellow
fun.
is his first prize. Because he can only have
Yeah,
9
who am I kidding? No pressure or nothing.
Pretty sure. 77% win rate, 70%, 66. Yeah. This guy is nerdy. Only level 53 trophy. Wait a minute. James Barkster's also a Smurf. Nice. So we have 2 Smurfs on our team. I like where this is going. And you know what, Blue? Might also be a Smurf. Holy shit! Damn! What about them? Level 177? No, he's not a Smurf. He's a really good player for sure, but he's not a Smurf. This guy. He's not a Smurf. But, Eternal Envy.
Your pick. This is when
Jared?
you win or lose.
Oh, Jared might be a Smurf. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. He's very successful. Oh, shit. Level 113, not a Smurf. 3,000 commands. Nah, he shouldn't be a Smurf. Was that the Eternal Envy? No, man, it's just a picture of Eternal Envy. You know how many people have Arteezy as their profile picture? Because I don't. But I gotta tell you, it's a lot. James Barkster. Oh, this guy is disconnected. You get a meme when you say that, Liberty. You can say Jackie Lamau.
From the frozen pool, I rise.
BKB and C10 easy to push. Are you kidding me? In this game? You think it's easy to push into Tinker? Tinker, Pangolier, 2 Life Wraith King. Oh, you sweet summer child. It doesn't matter if Luna is a good pusher when they have fucking Tinker. Do you really think Luna can just run into a fucking 10 rockets and like a million bots running at you? Good luck with that, man. And then you have to go through the Wraith King, right? Like, you have to go through 2 Wraith Kings. And a Pangolier rolling around.
Today, my friends,
It's in the bag.
brilliantly clear that this one is in the bag.
Like, heroes only exist relative... Hero strengths only exist relative to other hero strengths, right? So Luna may be a good pusher, but if Tinker's a really good high ground defense, good fucking luck. Have fun studying, Blend.
I am not ready. Yes. Going.
2 right clicks for 1. I win.
Chill wind.
30 seconds to battle.
Shit, just get-
Feel free to start killing before that. We're not sticklers.
Cold front coming. Truly.
Oh, I have somebody remuted.
Quickly.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Yeah, that stuff's overrated.
And
Don't make me
so
come
the
over there.
dead will bury the dead. Adrift.
What the? It's fucking Monkey King. How fast does he run? 308?
Who's the number one now?
Aye.
Dead man drifting.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
And his name is John C.
Truly. I'll bury you. Stopped cold.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I almost
To
died there.
battle.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Cold front coming. I'm under attack.
There's a fucking little creep thingy chasing me.
Dropping.
I think it's fucking high HP as fuck.
Thrust upon us.
Oh no, don't turn around for me, please. Oh god.
Dead man drifting. Feel the freeze.
Oh, he killed his partner.
Chilling.
Oh my god. No, what are you doing, bro?
Double kill.
Too manly for your own good.
Permafrost preserves me.
Regeneration.
Clouds for fun.
Oh my god. You got HP.
Quickly.
I'm gonna stop him
Agreed.
from pulling. Yeah, he's not gonna be able to pull.
Death Maw.
Come on, man, go through. How did he do that? What the? I can't even go through this shit, dude.
Biting cold. Adrift.
Oh, Jesus. Dude,
Spree.
we can't let those Jinku stacks build up.
Dead man drifting.
Come on, Abaddon. I'm disappointed in you.
Agreed.
Okay, there we go. What the fuck was that all about?
Frostbite. Adrift. Going.
I need mana, dude.
Oh fuck's sake, John.
5 minute
God, you're
runs.
heavy as shit.
5 minute runs.
Wind.
Get it, grabbing top.
Truly. Forward. Tribute to my house.
Mid ward might have expired by now. Maybe we can dive fast.
Yes.
Can we kill Silencer?
Killing Killing spree!
Dude, what the fuck are you doing, Juggernaut? Are you just AFK, dude? Because you're sure as fuck not hitting creeps, man.
I remember why I had this guy pre-muted. Yeah, remember I had this guy pre-muted, Chris?
Ah, this game's so fucked.
And back there.
Quickly!
Actually, can we kill this monster again?
Yes. Cold front coming. There's a little frost among friends. A chill wind.
Dominate!
I'm under attack. Winter ends.
Holy shit. I think this guy's got face boots.
Regeneration.
Oh my god, that's the rank 200, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't let him do that!
Am risen.
Denied.
Maybe I just ganked it again. Okay, I need you to have your boots, please.
Agreed. Stay frosty. Quickly. Silence is broken. Forward.
Coming back top.
Repent.
Oh god. Kill yourself.
Killing spree!
Sorry, Baden. We just killed Silencer though.
Yes. I'll take that. Truly. Dead man drifting. Adrift.
The top tower needs some help.
Die! Seriously?
Truly.
Come back stronger.
The top tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Easy rank 200.
Your time above ground is over. Numb you.
Should we try?
Killing spree!
I'm
Oh, he's gonna want to.
fantastic.
Oh god, I can run over there. We can save you. You can fight.
Cold front coming.
Never mind, monkey king's here.
Mega kill!
Adrift.
That wasn't worth it for my clarity. Hey, Wind Ranger, can you watch us?
I'm under attack.
Dominate!
Oh shit, that fucking calculations. Bringing in the Wind Ranger? Huh? Easy Ranger.
Chill wind. Yes.
Wait on the Chain Frost. Chain Frost and one other Chain Frost and the W. I wonder if we can make a play here. Kill them.
Your bottom tower is under attack!
10-minute runes. There at top.
Dead man drifting. Arms for the dead.
Guy's putting up a barricade! bottom tower's kinda bad.
Yes. Going. Cool.
The bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
Kill him! Kill! That's the price you pay.
Mega
You can kill this guy too.
You weren't so damn dead, I'd shoot you again.
That is the price you pay, motherfucker.
I beat my maker.
He's 11.
double kill.
I'm coming. I can shield you.
Chill frost upon us.
Okay.
Cold front coming.
I need to buy this home. Been sitting there for like a minute and a half.
Forward. Dead man.
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go back.
drifting.
Okay, let's just run this. And this Wind Ranger is great. I agree.
Agreed. Quickly. Adrift.
Bad and sleeping back home. Wait, he bought the same item I bought.
Feel the freeze. Truly.
Monkey King might be somewhere around here.
I'm not ready.
8 seconds.
Yes.
I can shield you, Wind Ranger. Oh, no, I can't. Oh, they jumped me top. Sorry. Oh my god, you look away for 1 second, dead. Jesus. Medallion doesn't stack. But Solar Crest and Medallion stack.
Repent.
You even watching the top tower?
Ooh, Coddle,
Not
baby.
quite.
I'm coming.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. Quickly.
Wow,
Dead man drifting.
I can still get it.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
I'm not too big to come. The water. Okay, I'm keeping water. I'm keeping water.
A chill wind.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Aye! Oh man, I was just about to frost blast him.
Wicked sick.
Oh my god, look at this guy! Oh my god! Oh my! Oh shit! Oh. Oh, if he landed that, that would have been great. That was really close, man. Nice try. Yeah, power shot for sure.
Rally the troops and get over there.
Captain Hindfest says he shot a power shot.
Bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
The cold black pool rejects me.
I'll take that as tribute.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
It's not time yet.
Your top tower needs some help.
Adrift.
Cut the tree, dude.
Cold front coming. Forward. Going.
Oh god, please. Oh, you beat it! Nice job! Wow, wow! I can't believe I'm alive. Holy shit!
A chill wind.
Finish it.
Your bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column.
Dude, that was so close to that.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant fortified destructions. Pretty good move if you ask me. Travel light.
Cold front coming.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Frostbite. Going.
Yeah, I guess we can't really stop.
Drifting. Agreed.
Where'd the chain frost go?
I'm under attack. Quickly.
What the fuck? How does he know I'm over here?
Double kill.
Hey, Abaddon's alive, dude. Wow, that's actually. Yo, I saved that Abaddon. No egg. Holy shit. They cut those trees. Holy shit, he's going deep. He's gonna TP. He has TP.
Now, my enemies pay. Dead man drifting.
Who's level 9? Abaddon? Oh, he's the lowest level on this team, huh?
Quickly.
Yeah, it's quite low.
Yes. Stay frosty. Fighting cold.
Oh, sorry.
Mega kill.
There's a fine line between bravery.
Oh, if only I died second. Well, I want to know, like, even though I didn't get the experience from Phoenix's kill, and Phoenix did get experience, James Sparkster, our Juggernaut, got 556 gold, so I would say that's a pretty decent trade.
Sweet vivification.
Deny it.
Going. Agreed. Frost upon us.
Dominate.
I'll take that as tribute.
Regeneration.
Boom, 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 boom!
You will be looking up. Frost upon us. Death. Again.
fortified.
Yo, Phonetic, how you doing?
Mega kill! Unstoppable!
2 for 1.
Yo,
Every coin helps.
we're like winning every little fight now, but I die in every fight though.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
There, Lulu Chan in the chat. Lulu Chan. Lulu Chan being requested.
Winter, I return.
Hey, bad, maybe you should
Hey,
take this
welcome
one.
back.
Who is mid? No. Their enemy
The
team
enemy's
mid
bottom
is
tower has fallen.
who has jack shit. Yeah, he was up against Windranger. Windranger's shitting on him. Like 50% more level shitting on him. Yeah, this Windranger's fantastic.
Chill wind.
I can shield you.
Forward. Stay frosty.
Here it is.
Killing spree.
Dead ahead.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Almost.
I just TP'd for absolutely nothing. Just absolutely nothing.
Welcome to the secret shop.
Hope the silencer dies. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's mean to say. Jesus.
Cold cuts.
Valve time or normal time? Wow, Jesus Christ.
Forward.
I don't think the puck's on.
Quickly.
Emotional support TP. You can do it. Yeah, yeah. You did it. Good job. I'm here with you. Emotional support TP. That's me. So this jug has somebody. I can shield you. I can shield you. Where's the chain frost? It just fucking disappeared, dude. Oh, there it is.
Monster kill! Double kill! Whoa! Double kill!
Oh. Rather unfortunate. You're coming with the Blink and the double shackle shot. Could have hit the egg. I don't know about that. That seems sketchy. Yeah, you guys want to learn how to play Windranger? Do what this guy does. He's just fucking making all the perfect plays. And he's got his new item.
Your middle tower's under attack.
BKB.
A short repose.
Hey, Baden, buy the top.
Man drifting. A chill wind.
Buy Tom, Baden. Does this guy have me muted or something?
Going.
Regeneration.
Frost keeper. Numb you. Cold front coming. Death Maw. I'll take that as tribute to my house.
Oh shit! Like not even. Oh no, he just straight up killed Monkey. Okay. Ah, so ballsy.
Yes.
Windranger has 1 level per minute. Oh my gosh, he does. hella late to this party. Holy fuck. Oh my god, I just wanted to do nothing. Wow, what's on with that? Oh my god, that fucking shaft rock. That angle didn't even look like it should have landed. Just,
Lame.
oh, just enough.
Our enemy's middle tower is no more.
Die, pussy dragon.
Rise again, quickly.
Dire structures are fortified.
I need to get used
Radiant structures are fortified.
Drifting.
Is that BKB?
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Dude, I always fucking die! Ah, I was just about to cast Chain Frost and I just died, man. I feel like a sacrificial goat. She's gonna get sheep stick next year. I think most people would be so tempted to get like pure damage builds. But, I think you could have some kind of hybrid. I'm a goat. I'm a goat. I will TP towards you. Yeah, Wind Ranger's coming. Doing tricks.
Frost among flames. Yes. Agreed.
Fucking waste of time.
Going.
And that Chain Frost, I think it hit one person. One person once. How's he even fine? There you go, Wind Ranger. I'm coming, Wind Ranger.
Stay near.
Frost upon us.
Oh no, he died, dude. That 10 kill streak.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Not yet. Frost upon us. Quick. Ah! Truly.
Oh, fucking. Oh, shit. Oh, he's gonna be good.
Chill wind.
I'm just dead. Oh shit, this check's dead too. Oh man, his ult is too late. You think it's good to get Ghost Scepter, Glimmer, or Force Staff to survive? I agree with you 100%. 100% I agree. One day when I have money, I will buy those items.
It'd be pretty mad at you. Dig in and defend
Hey,
that
Snail Poop.
sucker.
20 seconds. I'll show you right now. Shadow Shaman.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I got these ones. Swirly Blue Stick and Red Fiery Stick. They are called Baton of the Spiteful Eye and
They're
Sensor
trying to knock
Blitz.
down your middle tower. Oh, there better be something important going on.
On the frozen shore.
Anyways, save morales.
trying to
I know what
knock
you're
down your
thinking.
middle
You're like,
tower.
well, if he had Force Staff there, he could survive. Or if he had Glimmer there, he could survive. Yeah, that's true. But there's also a inherent value in just being a tanky lich. Like, I can be tanky lich. Like, there's a play here earlier where I had Medallion, I had Wand, I used Frost Shield. They all tried to kill me, and then they all died.
Going. Dead man drifting.
Roshan? You want to do Roshan? Wanna do it?
True battle.
Man, him and that Aegis. Glad I never messed up that bad.
Anyways, I might get Glimmer or Force Staff next, but I'm not sure that's actually the item.
Agreed.
Yeah, sometimes I run in like a retard, and then I need to use Glimmer or Force Staff to save myself. Or you know what I could do?
Your bottom
I could just not
tower's
run in like a
kinda
retard.
bad.
Stay back here. No Force Staff is Glimmer
Dire
needed.
structures are fortified.
Slow play, not
Tower
necessary.
is under attack.
Yeah, if I just don't do attack with Yao play, then I'm gonna be good.
Bottom tower has fallen.
True
The enemy's middle barracks. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Tower is under attack.
If I pull attack, I can win.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The top tower needs some help. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Looks kind of bad, good. They're just TP out, guys.
I'm under attack.
Dominate!
We got 2 racks, right? Go, Gary. Yes. No. Oh shit.
Double kill!
Lotus or? Do they even have detection? Yeah, he just run in here and then he blink over here or something like that. Dude, they canceled his Oh, no, that range?
Quiver
Yeah,
is empty.
I think if he had a blink over here, he can do it. Jugs, can you hit the egg? Thanks, boo.
The Lich is back. A chill wind.
Save this for hit the egg.
Adrift.
For the record, I don't have an opinion on Lotus. I haven't really thought about it yet. I mean, it could be the right item.
Truly.
I just fucking clicked him, dude. He still jump. Oh yeah. Dude, why are you blinding light like that? Blind him back onto the cliff. Oh shit!
Never will you see my face.
Anyways, Lotus Orb is actually really good for global silence, I think. I think you can dispel global silence. Dispel, yeah, so you can pop it on someone who gets hit by global. Like Jug or something, if he needs to spin. So Lotus Orb is not bad. I'm just not sure that it's the best item.
Twice shy.
You know what I mean? Know what I mean?
Cold front coming. Yes.
Is it even worth?
Forward.
Morty.
A chill
Oh,
wind.
I see you. I see you seeing me. .54 armor. And now would be a good time for Lotus. Oh, I'm just fucking dead. I'm out of this.
Double kill! Killing spree! Triple kill!
Behind masks.
Oh shit. Shit. You know, Radoslav, you gotta plant the words at the right spot, you know? You don't wipe your ass until it's shitty, right? Do you? How did Monkey King die? Missed it. Stick is better than detection. Brain erasure. Monkey King's toxic.
A short repose.
You don't wipe your ass until it's shitty.
Cold front coming.
Okay.
Truly. Adrift. Dead man drifts. Quickly.
This is a long stream. Particularly. It's been 4 hours and 45 minutes so far. That is a very average. Oh, I'm coming, I'm coming. Coming to your left.
Dire structures are fortified.
Stay frosty.
Got it.
Get set!
Manta spin. Oh, that's spin dash. Oh, that fucking stuff, dude.
Triple kill!
A worthy folk.
Okay, I want to buy back too.
Those peaches before I came here.
Oh.
Wave goodbye to the enemy's top.
Why do you not do vlogs and go to TI? Oh my god, Jack did it. I mean, I'm not sure that many people want to watch. What do you guys do? Well, that was a pretty epic game. I think, and with this game, we are top 1,000 in all of North and South America. I think.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
We would for sure. You don't know that, Chapters. You haven't talked to anyone else besides yourself.
Cold front coming.
Yes, I am Chapters. I represent all of us. Wind Ranger MVP? You can't vote for MVP anymore. They don't even have that system anymore.
Silence! And his name is John C.
Oh my god, that's so mean to say. I'm gonna report this Monkey King for cyberbullying. This guy is literally telling someone else to kill themselves. Please send to low priority. You know, a game is a game, but like, I think people come before games, right? I reported you MK for toxicity. That's pretty fucked up, man. What's my MMR now? I'm getting close to 5.9, I guess. Yeah, we're at 5.872. Good luck being a pro player, man. I don't actually mean that. That's just passive aggressive comment. You want to play a decent game? Stop being fucking toxic. Anyways. That was the last game today. Does anyone have any questions or comments, guys? I'm not gonna play anymore today. Today was a very green day. We played 3, 4, 5, 6 games. We won 5 out of 6. Although, let's see, yeah, all the ranked games were wins. So, yeah, pretty good day. Yeah, even if it's not myself being the victim here, I just don't condone cruelty to others. Even if, I mean, everyone has bad games, right? But they don't deserve that kind of shit. That happens 9% of the games you lose. Well, EU is pretty fucking toxic for sure. How was your vaccination? God, man. How can you stop throwing every game? Well, you know, Tapia, baseball's just not for everyone. Maybe you should just quit baseball. When's the next TI? I mean, it's like in August every year, isn't it? Thank you, Devraj. Tomorrow sounds great, buddy. Appreciate your positivity. You too, Andrej. Last week I was worried I would D-rank. Yeah, I was, wasn't I? I kind of feel like hitting 6K and then just stop playing. I'm 6K. I'm good, guys. I'm good. I really do think that I would hit 6K. I just fall right back. It's so hard to transition to 7K. I only play heroes for donations, guys. Yeah, no. Rain is very long, but I don't know what you're talking about, Red. You're very welcome, buddy. Starting League Legends. Let me know how it works. See you next time, Razzie. You took it like a man. And the nurse is smoking hot. Yeah, baby. I don't even mind. Yeah, put that needle in me. That's nothing. Yeah, I don't even feel a thing. Sorry, did you put the needle in yet? Tomorrow sounds good, Chapters. You stop playing games in general? Taco, yeah, you're doing just fine, alright, buddy. I'm just fucking with you. Keep playing your games. I'm sure you do really well in 2K. Just joking. We're bullying. I'm bullying Takuya right now, but it's just all fun and games, okay, bud? Yeah, no. We all play for fun. It doesn't matter. Cyberbullying is messed up anywhere. Zero tolerance. Awesome games today, dude. I gotta go back to work. All right, enjoy your work, Liberty. See you soon. Starting League Legends is grounds for disqualification from the giveaway. I 100% agree with the hidden tier after you left. You can take bans, okay. But can you take it up the ass? I'm a man of culture. Why, thank you. 6K then 7K? Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I mean, we can try. It's just really hard, dude. Like, 7K is like, to be 7K, you have to be better than like 99.995% of players or something like that. It's actually ridiculous. And remember that the MMR is a moving target, so the general population is getting better and better and better and better. So you really have to train like a marathon runner all the time to actually just keep it up. Yeah, you liked it up the ass last night. Well, glad you had you enjoyed your time taking it up the ass. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you guys had fun today. Do me a favor, hit the like button for me if you enjoyed the stream today. And we'll be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be very close to 8 a.m. Pacific time. See you soon, guys.